Good morning once again. I'm happy to welcome you to the third and
Още
final
веднъж добро ден. Конференцията Енергия за хората в съдействие на За Земята и аз съм Светослав Стойков. Ще бъда асистиран от моя колега Ивайло Попов. Скоро ще обсъдим техническите детайли. Сигурен съм, че вече ги знаете. Можете да изберете
through the interpretation button in the bottom menu of Zoom. Each presentation will last for approximately 20 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. And you can always pose your questions to the presenters using the Q&A button or the chat. The event is also streamed live in the Facebook page of Za Zemiata and on our YouTube channel. The entire event is being recorded and will be made available in the public domain afterwards. This means that anyone who wishes to revisit specific details or has missed the event can still watch it later. And a little bit about today. Today we're going to focus on heating and cooling. And in the recast of the EU Energy Efficiency Directive, the EED, adopted in July 2023, it includes a new obligation which requires member states to ensure that municipalities with over 45,000 inhabitants prepare local heating and cooling plans. And to maximize the potential of this measure, the member states need to put in place robust legal and extensive support networks which ensure the local governments have the knowledge, resources, and capacity needed to effectively prepare and implement their plans. And today we're going to have presentations about the need of decarbonizing individual heating systems as well as district heating. Let's see how we could get there, and let's get started. And I just want to ask, because right now we're being asked by one of our presenters to switch a little bit the schedule. So Asia, could you take the third slot and Davide the first, if this is going to be okay for you? Okay, so Davide, I'm going to present you shortly. Davide Savadin is acting as a policy manager for climate and energy at the EEB, European Environmental Bureau, where he works on the decarbonization of heating and cooling sector. He is also working on the revision of the F-gas, fluorinated refrigerant gas regulation, and he is closely following the energy efficiency policies as well as the hydrogen-related policies on EU level. And he sits on the steering committees of the coalitions for energy savings and the cool heating coalition, which just started. In the past, he has been working for a long time at Legambiente in Italy in the fields of energy efficiency, refrigerant gases, agriculture, and circular economy. He holds a master's degree in political sciences from the University of Padua, Italy. Now, Davide is going to give us a presentation about renewable heat for all and how we can reach there. So, Davide, the floor is yours, and you can just share your screen.
Thanks, Svetoslav. Thanks to Za Zemiata for the invitation, and also thanks a lot to Asia for being kind to switch the presentation. I will share now my screen. I'm currently in Milan, where I'm attending exactly a fair on. Let me just put in full screen mode if I manage to hide this. Let me see how I do this. Presentation should be here, so probably. Can you confirm that you all see my screen?
Yes, always well.
Great. So I'm currently following a technology event to exactly understand what's coming up in terms of technology new technology for existing homes and particularly for individual homes. But the big discussions also is, of course, how people can afford to these technologies. So a few months ago at EEB, in the framework of the Cool Products campaign, we we took another step forward in this analysis, and we went for a second round of this Green Heat for All report, which looks into the feasibility of the different options that you have there in the different member states. We wanted to understand what need is there for support to citizens, to all citizens, and particularly for the least capacitated citizens, those who don't have the means to buy renewable heating and cooling technologies. To what support is there and what support needs to be there to make them able to access the transition. So we were doing this in the framework of eco-design and energy labeling of heating and cooling to kind of push for a phase out of fossil fuels. This measure is just being frozen, and the same as happened with the heat pump European heat pump action plan. But at least the energy performance of building has just been voting in the European Parliament is not over yet. We still needs to meet the vote of the Council. And what has been approved is that in 2040, there should be no further use of fossil fuels in our homes, okay? And from 2025, no more subsidies for gas boilers or oil boilers. Contribution to this debate saying, okay, but is it really so much money that we need? And how much is it for each country? And how much is it for each family in the different countries? Also looking at an average income family. So we wanted to look into average low income family in the different countries and see what the gap in salaries and subsidy is there. So we analyzed first in but I will not talk about this part of the study. The member state national energy plans, the first draft they presented. Now we moved on because we all know there's a second round of analysis from the Commission. So we're not going to that. But we look at what subsidies and incentives were there in every member state for heat pumps and solar thermal, particularly solar energy in general, for decarbonization for citizens. Okay, we didn't look for industrial or non-domestic subsidies, let's say. And it was in fifth, so it's a bit outdated because it's 6 months old. Things might have evolved, hopefully for better. But that was the feature at the end of September last year. And then we will look at the gap between subsidy in place and the amount needed for support. And then we look at particularly what the amount would be for those 30% of the population, which is the least wealthy one. So first of all, how many countries did have support, some sort of support scheme in Europe? 24 countries supported. Sorry, there's a mismatch between the text and the slide. It's actually 24 for heat pumps and 25 for solar thermal. Okay, doesn't mean that this support is enough. It just means that it exceeds at least one measure to support the technology for families, for households. And we'll see that sometimes these measures are absolutely not enough. And some of the times are very, very well perceived. The countries by then that did not any support for either solar or heat pumps were Romania and Estonia. So one important thing when we talk about feasibility of change to electrification of the heating and cooling supply at home is the cost of electricity versus cost of oil. Because what you will need to support transition is that at the end of the day, people will pay less every month for their heating and cooling than they paid before with fossil fuels. Otherwise, it's impossible that people would take the change. So in order for this to happen, this depends on the different countries, and then depends on the taxation that these countries are applying. By the way, the new energy taxation directive is still not being approved, and we do not know whether there will be a new taxation directive before the elections or even after the election, because it's a very thorny discussion. So we found that when there are subsidies, okay, these figures are slightly different from the ones you will see, for instance, from the European Heat Pump Association, okay, because these ones is 3.6, means that the ratio between the taxation of the gas and the electricity and the gas should not exceed 3.6, because if it does exceed 3.6, it means that is no way that you're going to pay less with electricity than you pay with gas, okay? But that takes into consideration the fact that you still have subsidies. If you have zero subsidies, the maximum rate has to be 2, as the Heat Pump Association says, okay? So the point, again, I repeat, is when the ratio exceeds 3.6, the fuel cost is higher for the air source heat pumps than for a gas and oil boiler, okay? And we can see that several countries are past that ratio in 21. But luckily, what you have to see, it's not the cost of electricity when you buy the electricity, but the cost of electricity throughout the cost of the life of the product, right? So the heat pump lasts for 15 years. If the electricity drops steadily along these 15 years, it still makes the case for an economical advantage. So, for instance, if you look at the gas and oil price projection from 2023 to 2040, you can see that that makes for 17 years. You can see that there's only one country, which is Belgium, that exceed that ratio. So this is somehow is good news for the other countries. Now, it's not the same for someone earning 500 euros per month or 600 or 700 euros, living on a minimum wage somewhere in the southern Europe, than someone earning 5,000 euros as a salary, maybe in Sweden, to buy a product that costs the same amount of money. Of course, it's not the same. So you can see that there's a problem with the ratio of how many salaries. Okay, you need every vertical bar you see there is a salary of the country. Okay, and you see that how many salary it costs in every country to buy a standardized price heat pumps and a standardized price for gas boilers. You can see that in most countries, the ratio is, of course, very favorable for still today for a gas boiler, which is a cheaper technology than heat pumps. That stresses how much important it is to take down the upfront cost of these technologies. So, for instance, a heat pump gas boiler in Bulgaria and Romania are more or less equally to 1 year's salary for a mid to low income household. That was the ratio. But then, what are the results of sorry, that was meant, sorry, one salary, not 1 year salary, of course. One monthly salary, that was the ratio. So what is what are the main results? To quickly go to results. This slide shows something I think very interesting. It's the payback time in years of the investment. Okay, so if you buy a heat pump in the different countries, how many years does it take back, including the subsidies that you get and the savings from the bills? Okay, now how many years does it take for you to get back your money? Okay, so the concept here is that if it pays back within 6 or 7 years, that's mentally, psychologically acceptable because the lifespan is 15, 17 years. Okay, but if it pays back longer, you may wonder whether it's worth the case. Or if it doesn't pay back in a lifetime, it means that in any case, you're going to lose money, even if there's a subsidy there. So you can see that the countries in red are the ones where the payback time exceeds the lifespan of the product. So really not worth doing unless we do something, okay? And the ones in green, in yellow, are the ones where the lifetime is still the payback time is still too long, because it only allows for some years of savings and earnings from the household, right? While those in green are the ones where you have where there's a good interest in making the switch. Now, please note that this switch is considered in terms of savings from the bills, going both from one different technology to another different technology depending on the country. For instance, in Portugal, you can see there's a different like stripe, horizontal stripes. The main fossil fuel used today is oil. So the switch is oil to air heat pumps plus solar, because air to air heat pump plus solar is the most suitable technologies, we think, for Portugal. Okay. The same goes for Spain, but it goes from gas, which is the prevalent fossil fuels, to air. While in the others, like France, Italy, and Germany, it's gas to air to water heat pumps. And then you have in Finland, you have oil to air to water heat pumps. So that the others are normally gas to air to water. So what do we understand here is that we need to take down the cost of the upfront cost of the investments, and subsidies are keys for those households that wishing to decarbonize their heating. And these subsidies clearly sometimes are not enough. So we came up with this idea of the gapometer. What is the gapometer? The gapometer is the measuring of the missing support that we have in different member states in order to have the households pay back in 7 years. So, in other words, it means how do we get all these countries green? Okay, and of course, so we go looking at single country, and we split the cost in two. The blue part that you see in the bar is the missing upfront cost. Okay, you see that in Romania and Lithuania and in Bulgaria, there's almost no upfront cost help from the state, or very little. At least it was the case 6 months ago. And so you really need to the cost here is considered 10,000 euros. It's an average cost. You really need to provide, considering the actual cost of bills and the salaries, you have to provide at least 8,500 support to the families, so that what is left to pay is 1,500. And while in other countries like in the Netherlands, Poland, Italy, Germany, there's no need. What is needed is the orange part of the story. What is that? It's for the low-income families that will not have the chance to top up the missing part of the subsidy. Okay, if it's 10,000 and you give me 9,000, I still have to have 1,000 to pay, right? I need to have 1,000 in my bank. And the 30% of the population, we consider they don't have that 1,000 because they need that 1,000 to do something like, for instance, buying food. Okay, so they will not invest, even if it's a small amount. So what we need is to cover 100% of the cost. Okay, and you do that with a zero interest loan. Okay, but that of course is a cost for the state too, because who's going to pay the interest for the loan? So we calculated with a formula also, I mean, based on more complex analysis of the different interest rate that you have in the countries. And that's where you have the cost for zero interest loans that is targeting the 30% more, let's say, less wealthy 30% of the population. And you see that in some countries like Hungary or Czechia, this can be a considerable amount of money. And it varies also a lot depending on the interest rate that you have in the countries. Okay. So the total cost of all the blue and orange that you see here in the chart for us went it up to some 21.3 billions. Okay. Again, let me explain this. It doesn't mean that the people are getting all the money up front. Only the most vulnerable people are getting there. Others are just getting enough money to pay back in 7 years. Okay, the investment. So what can we conclude from this study? If we look at the total amount of extra investment, which is 21 billion, as I said, if you divide it in 50 years, because we have 50 years from here to 2040 to decarbonize, okay, so imagine that we want to reach all the households in Europe, that makes some 1.4 billions a year, okay? Now, make no mistake, this is on top of the existing expenditure that member states are already doing for supporting this technology. So it's an extra 1.4 billions a year. If you look at our latest report, Mission Possible from Trinomics, it was indicated that the subsidy for fossil boilers in 2022 were in the order of 3.2 billions, meaning that if we use the money that was used for fossil boilers, okay, we could cover that amount very easily, the extra amount very easily. So, meaning that the money can be found and is there, or was there at least when it was about subsidizing fossil boilers. Let me conclude with some suggestions. So we think that for these reasons, we have to immediately stop fossil fuel heating technologies incentives. And then let me just make a small indent here. The energy performance of building directive that has been approved yesterday in the parliament, and we hope will be approved also by the council in April. Here the date is the 12th of April. Suggests imposes a stop from 2025 on financing of gas boilers and all fossil boilers. But that must be explained because you need a definition of what a fossil boiler is, okay? And there can be many tricky definitions that would still allow for some financing of some mix of hydrogen boilers or biogas boilers to keep them ongoing and to keep financing that technology. That would be really, really a trick in our view, but we'll see what comes out of that. Then, as we also think that we have to phase out the fossil boilers sales from the market as soon as possible, as the International Energy Agency is requiring, as the Joint Research Center of the European Union is requiring. I mean, if you still sell the product that runs on fossil fuels, of course, the product will be still around for 20 or more years. So the sooner you take it out of the market, the better, because alternative technologies are there for every building now. Technology is there. Redirect funds to the funds that you're using for fossil fuels to heat pumps and solar in particular. But of course, I didn't mention here, but it's also district heating because that could also be a very important solution for some urban areas, particularly in Eastern Europe. And then, of course, earmark the social climate funds largely to low income. Now, to what extent this will be large earmarked to low income, it will be a national decision. Make no mistake, there will be some countries that will decide, the liberal ones decide that everyone that pays gets something back, maybe the same amount or maybe just a lesser amount if you're rich and a bigger amount if you're poor. And other countries will decide that all the money will go to low-income families, okay? Now, ideally, that's the ideal situation, okay? But we also think that what's happened in France with people taking the street because there was a taxation on fuels and for cars. And remember, the social climate funds is also about cars, not only about the house. Suggests that you also have to pay attention to middle-income families, to the middle-income households, because that could fire back in terms of political support. And then you need dedicated heat pumps tariffs in all member states. It must be clear that everyone that goes for a heat pump enjoys the least taxated and the cheapest source of electricity everywhere in the state. There must be at least one tariff that is available for people to switch to heat pumps. Otherwise, will never happen because people are going to pay more at the end of the month, okay? And then last but not least, promote different business models to spread the technology. For instance, if you don't have support there from the state because there's not enough money, you can also make sure that people can access these technologies through different business models, such as leasing, heat as a service, pay per use, and other such situations, but also paying attention that this doesn't burden the consumer or comes with the small prints that vinculates the consumer to pay higher bills or be linked to that provider forever. So there are also some tricks to be, some dangers that have to be avoided, but these are very promising also business model that can help those who don't have the means to access these technologies. With that said, I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Davide. It was really interesting. We already have some questions. I just want to remind the people who watch the presentation, they can ask questions either in the Zoom or in the live streams in YouTube or Facebook in the chat, and we will bring it to the panelists. So the first question is a kind of local one. Bulgaria has a favorable gas to electricity ratio for the support of heat pumps, but currently no programs supporting heat pumps except air-to-air air conditioning in some municipalities with low air quality are available. Are there similar countries, and what has been done there in regard to subsidies?
Yes, Bulgaria is not the only one with very limited support. For instance, the Baltic countries, there are a couple of countries, Latvia, for instance, has as I mentioned before, there are different schemes. For instance, in the case of Latvia, we have a national, there was a national fund, but it was so small, it could accommodate only, we calculated it would accommodate only a few hundred families, which for a country of, even a small country of 2 millions, that was absolutely ridiculous. But of course, they ticks the box. I mean, they tick the box. You know, they have to have something. They have it there. It runs out in 2 days maybe, but job is done, right? So formally, so there are many ways to kind of comply with the European requirements, and then in reality, it's not making the difference. What I think is possible to do with Bulgaria is, for instance, Bulgaria has not still tapped the modernization fund, as far as I understand. That's a fund, European fund that is not being used yet, if I'm not mistaken, from Bulgaria. And also, I hope there are some funds from the recovery fund that could be used or directed for this specific support. But last but not least, we're going to work also with some. We hope that we be able to work also with some Bulgarian organizations on the drawing of the social climate plan. The social climate plan is the implementation of the social climate fund. As you know, the social climate fund will kick in 2026 because in 2027 there will be the ETS2. So the cost of heating and the cost of driving will go up consistently. In the presentation, and an analysis on what would happen if we have a CO2 cost of 100 euro on the ETS2, how these figures tilt, That's also interesting to see. And the thing is that with the amount of money that we need is not yet there. The social climate fund is not enough, but could be used in many ways. For instance, we have to make sure that the social climate fund reaches particularly those households that don't have the capacity to purchase by themselves. Okay, but it could also be, for instance, used as a rotation fund to make sure that everybody gets a zero interest loan to pay the cost, right? And with that rotation fund, it works as a guarantee for those who cannot pay the monthly installments. So the state guarantees somehow the banks, and the banks are therefore comfortable to loan money to give you a loan. That's important because we understand that in some countries, and it might be the case of Bulgaria. I don't know because I'm not from there. It's not so easy to get a loan from bank for about these things. And in some countries it's very easy. In some countries it's not at all easy. In some countries the interest is very low. In some other countries this is very, very high. It doesn't make it convenient to do it. So that would be very important to have such kind of solution. So I mentioned innovation fund, modernization fund, social climate fund, and potentially the recovery fund, if there's still possibility to use that.
Okay, I will continue with another local question, I would say. The ratio of wood to air heat pumps could be much more useful for our region, where a large quantity of firewood is being used in individual heating system. Isn't this going to change the picture completely?
Yes and no. It depends. I mean, I will paste here in the chat our latest report that came out a couple of weeks ago, which is less thorough from the scientific point of view because it's just a series of interviews and then a desk analysis of some academic studies, but there are not many. of people that went from gas boilers to different kind of boilers to high temperature heat pumps in their homes without renovation. So what happens if you don't have the money for the renovation, or maybe your gas boiler breaks down? What are you going to do? You're going to buy another gas boiler or another pellet boilers, or another wood boiler, or would you go to heat pumps? Well, you can go for heat pumps and still save money, according to this study. And we have 5 interviews from Poland, 4 of which were coming from pellet boilers, and they still saved money. That was pellet boilers, and that's Poland. So I don't have any figure from Bulgaria. Unfortunately, we don't have interviews there. And of course, I know that pellet is more expensive than usual wood, particularly if you're picking your wood, your own wood, which is for free, right? So of course, nothing beats free woods. I mean, that's the cheapest option. And then we do not exclude, of course, that there's a role for biomass in rural areas. It's not to be ruled out. But we also think that because biomass is polluting outdoor, but also indoor, so it's not particularly good for your health. Everyone should be in the position, no matter if they live in the center of Sofia, in the most beautiful building, on the cheap and the most expensive building, to the last house in the mountains in the south of Bulgaria. Everyone should be in the same position to access the best technology for their health, their kids, and for the environment. So everyone should be on the same foot and the same position. So that's also very important. So if someone needs more support, they should be having more support. And for instance, those who are coming from wood, and they should probably, if they're using wood because they cannot afford something else, they probably fall on the 30% lowest income population that will need 100% upfront cost paid by both the subsidies and the loan, in our example of before.
Okay, I think we will hear more about solid fuel heating in the next presentations. We have one question in the Zoom chat. Could you elaborate on the difference in the EHPA electricity to gas price and the one used in this study? You mentioned this has to do with subsidies in place. Is this both taking into account subsidies on fossil fuels and renewables?
Yes. So our model considers the cost of the purchase and installation is a standardized one, of course. It's an average cost. And okay, and then so we do is we take from that cost, we take out the subsidy that you get. Imagine that it's you have to spend 10,000 and the state gives you 5,000. Okay, so what is left to pay for you is 50%. Now that 50%, how long does it take to go back to pay it back through the savings every month in your bills? That depends on the cost of the gas you had and the cost of the electricity, right? So the Heat Pump Association does not include this first discount, that the state gives you. So that means that you have to cover 100% of your cost. Okay, and then to save your 100% of your cost in a decent time, that means you have to have much higher savings and difference in per month. Okay, that explains that you need to have a ratio max 2. Okay, but if you cut down the upfront cost because the state give you some money, okay, then you can have a smaller savings on your monthly bill. That's still enough to make it to 7 years. Okay, that's how it differs, to my understanding. Honestly, I do not know exactly how the mathematical modeling is done by EHPA, but talking to them, and that's what I got in terms of explaining the difference there.
Thank you very much, Davide. I don't see any other questions, so I propose we go ahead with the programs. Thanks a lot, Davide, for your presentation. It was really interesting to have it in the panel, and hopefully you can stay a bit more time to listen to the next panelist. If not, have a good day.
Yes, I think I will have, unfortunately, to rush to this fair, but I mean, I'll try to stay as much as I can. And thanks again for having me. And I'll post here the link to the study I was mentioning before. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Anna Bayomi. She is the Energy Poverty Policy Officer at FIANSA, the European Federation of National Organizations working with the homeless. She works for a socially fair energy transition, focusing on the renovation and decarbonization of vulnerable households living in the unfit housing stock. Among others, she has been co-editor and author of the first European Energy Poverty Handbook. She has a background in urban planning and social policy, and she will be talking about challenges of transition from solid fuel heating to some cleaner and hopefully more affordable in the future sources of heating. Thank you for being here, Anna. The floor is yours. You can share your presentation.
Thank you. I need a bit of help because okay, I already found it, sorry. Good.
Yes,
One more second. I just tried to put it on full screen.
The view option. There in menu, view option, and you should have full screen there. A bit down, a bit down.
Yes, okay. Sorry. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for the possibility to talk about solid fuel heating in this session. And also thank you for organizing this conference, which is talking about really crucial topics in Central and Eastern Europe. I think the role of solid fuels in the European energy context is a bit underestimated in many discourses because we focus a lot on the phase out of gas and decarbonization in general, but often we forget that, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, still many households are relying on solid fuels when they heat their homes. And in this chart, you can see that in countries like Croatia, Bulgaria, some southern countries like Portugal, but mostly in Central and Eastern European countries, the share of solid fuels from final energy use for heating is around 50 or even 60%. And the EU average is also more than 20%, so it is a very relevant energy source when it comes to how we heat our homes. And the blue charts are the biofuels, solid biofuels, which is in many cases simply firewood, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. It can be other forms of biofuels. It can be burned also in district heating units when it is not as problematic, for example, in terms of air pollution than in residential settings. But in Central and Eastern Europe, what is happening that the majority of this biofuel use is simply households putting firewood in their stoves to heat their stoves, or in a better case or in a better scenario, to their boilers, and they heat their homes with that. We can see that coal heating is not very present. It's only significant in Poland and a bit in the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, but unsurprisingly also in the Netherlands and Ireland. But except of Poland, it's mostly firewood that represents solid fuel heating. If I go to the next topic, well, not the next topic, but the other side of the coin is that the share of solid biofuels from renewable energy consumption is also surprisingly high. We can see that in Central and Eastern Europe, around 80%, between 70 or 80% of renewable energy is produced from solid biofuels, and it's also very high in Western and Southern countries, like 55% in France. And we will see later that solid fuel burning is quite bad for the environment. That's why here there is a contradiction that while we allow to account solid biofuel use as renewable energy source. Here I also need to add that, for example, in Nordic countries where we also see high numbers, 63 or 82%, there the biomass use is mostly going to district heating units with modern technology, so not the old-fashioned district heating that we see in Central and Eastern Europe. And also, these Nordic countries have the most insulated homes, and probably if we find biofuel use in domestic settings with stoves, it's also probably better quality stoves. And in France is also probably mostly going for electricity production or district heating. The next two slides will be about the distributional aspects of who are the families that are using solid fuels. And we can see from this chart that in Hungary, this is from the Hungarian Central Statistical Office, published in a report of Habitat for Humanity, that 45% of the poorest households are entirely relying on solid fuels, while only 8% of the richest households. And as the income is increasing, the share of solid fuels is decreasing and the share of gas is becoming more and more important. And we also see in the middle in orange that between 17 and 22% of households in the different income groups are using both gas and solid fuels, which means that they have the flexibility to switch from one to another when the prices are increasing, and this has an impact on households that only rely on solid fuels, because when we faced the gas price increase, households ran to buy up solid fuels, biomass basically, which pushed up the biomass prices as well, leaving those 41% the poorest households without any choice to save money, because they pushed up the price of their only fuel that they can use to heat their homes. And of course, it's also the role of the government that is not regulating firewood prices and doesn't offer protection for solid fuel users compared to gas and electricity consumers. And this is a similar chart that shows that in Poland, the role of coal is heavily depending on income situation, or maybe not depending, but in the poorest households, the role of coal is very significant, while as the income is increasing, the role is decreasing. Then to show a little bit the different types of heaters that families use to heat their homes with biomass or coal. On the left side, you can see a boiler, basically, for central heating. I took this picture in a village of Hungary, and on the right side, you can see the different heaters, individual heaters, from a guidance of the Central Statistical Office of Hungary. So these are the most typical stoves in use. And these two white ones are also good for cooking. So they offer flexibility in wintertime for families to cook as well while they heat. And I also looked to the data on solid fuel cooking, and in some countries it's also surprisingly high, but it's not as prevalent as heating. Then regarding air pollution, solid fuel heating is really bad for the local environment, and studies have shown that wood burners triple harmful indoor air pollution. And because currently the EU is only regulating or having put really important, like stringent rules in terms of outdoor air pollution, the indoor air quality is not really measured, but it really has a devastating impact in indoor air quality. And also residential solid fuel heating is one of the largest source of fine particle emissions in Europe, and is contributing to more than 300,000 premature deaths because of like not only solid fuel heating, but the PM 2.5 pollution is contributing to 300,000 deaths per year, and solid fuel heating is one of the main source of this pollution. And Hungary has been systematically and persistently exceeding the daily limit values of air pollution values in terms of PM10, amongst others in the Shayo Valley, which is a very beautiful environment. It's a valley with small villages, but inhabited with extremely poor, mostly Roma families. And the EU Court of Justice found Hungary guilty because air pollution in this very rural neighborhood was constantly higher than it should be, and it was because of solid fuel heating. And the court ruling also said that Hungary has failed to do any interventions to tackle this situation or to effectively tackle this situation. Then also, it's important to highlight that solid fuel burners are often found in the unfit housing stock or the lowest performing homes, as it is also the heating method of lower income households. And if the indoor air pollution is mixed with other problems with the house, such as humidity or mold or any other problems, then it creates a really toxic mix, which of course increase the risks of different health problems. And also studies has shown that the renovation of the unfit housing stock or the 10% worst performing homes brings a really quick return, like 1.5 year return to national budgets, because these problems are having such a big impact on health that if we tackle them, then public health costs can dramatically decrease. Then I would like also shortly mention some problems related to firewood heating, which are not directly related to health impacts of air pollution, but heating with using stoves can increase the risk of fires and burns, chimney fires, if chimneys are not maintained well. Often in these families, they have more children than the average, so also our children are running around in the apartment, and the stove is sometimes hotter than, so it's not really good if children are touching them. Then also, if a family has a small stove, then they need to wake up during the night to feed it, which is interrupting their sleep. Also, physical force is needed for solid fuel heating, and in rural areas, where often we can also find elderly single households. So for them, it can be problematic to buy, to chop, and to manage the firewood heating. And also, it requires a lot of time. It's not that we switch on the heating in the home and we will have warmth pretty soon, but we need to spend a lot of time on it, which reduce the time available for other recovery activities. Then finally going towards the solutions, which is very difficult, but starting from the European directives is to make sure that each directive that is regulating in a way the energy transition or has a relevance to heating, buildings, and energy use is really taking into consideration the high share of solid fuel use in Europe, and that the planning of the implementation of these directives are also taking into consideration solid fuel use, and that they are prioritizing simply the exchange of these heaters, and that decisions are well-planned decisions are made, like how these households can access to taking into consideration the fact that they probably also live in an unfit housing stock where different structural measures need to be done in order before they can access to energy efficiency and to modern heating solutions. And while these measures look quite complicated compared to giving a bit of motivation to a middle income family to exchange their windows and save energy, if this effort is done, then it will bring really larger benefits. And studies also demonstrated that investing in the lowest income groups to support energy efficiency brings larger returns to the society and to public budgets. And we are basically investing in the health of the population. So I think it is a job that it worth to do. And we really should avoid that member states, when implementing, for example, the renovation requirements of the EPDB, they go to the lower hanging fruits and they renovate the easier cases to quickly save energy while they are avoiding to tackle the worst performing stock. So regarding maybe a bit lower levels than the EU directives, it's really also a planning activity that should be done at a local level, involving the communities, and especially in villages with the probably community-based solutions can make more sense than to just provide individually to a new heating solution to households. In Hungary, for example, we have a lot of geothermal energy, and municipalities are already starting to use geothermal energy to heat. We have multiple examples of it, so municipality and so on with it, but none of these municipalities are including the residents to these heating networks because they say that it's expensive. But if we would look to the cost of unhealthy heating methods, then probably the price of this wouldn't seem so high. And in the UK, we already witnessed we can see some good examples of community-based solutions should also be taken into considerations. And going back to the different plans from this year, member states will need to develop a lot of plans. They will need to update their renovation plans. larger municipalities will have to do heating and cooling plans. Unfortunately, the Energy Efficiency Directive is not tackling the problem of smaller settlements with less than 45,000 inhabitants. But in this case, regions should really step up and provide the planning capacity for these settlements. And what is planned in these renovation and heating and cooling plans should be in line with the larger targets that are outlined in the NECP, because the NECP ideally should navigate towards the decarbonization and clean energy use, and both renovation plans and heating and cooling plans should go in these directions. For example, the Hungarian NECP mentions that while they want to keep the role of biomass high in terms of electricity production or district heating, they want to reduce residential biomass heating by 60% in less than 10 years. But then when we go to the policy measures of the NECP, we don't see any policy measure, or just very like a half sentence on we probably will distribute some new burners, but there is no funding next to it. And it's not embedded in the larger context of, okay, we are also going to renovate these homes. So it's really not clear how they will manage to reduce by 60% the use of biomass in these very problematic housing stock where firewood use is represented. Then, as David already said in his intervention, finance is really crucial one. We really need to cover upfront costs of these upgrades for the poorest households, and it can be a very significant number, but if we take into consideration the larger benefits of these programs and the really quick returns of these benefits to the public budget, and if we also take into consideration that the problem is really serious among low-income populations living in the unfit housing stock, I think this investment is really a smart one. And in terms of EU budget, there should be a social conditionality in energy efficiency funding, so that basically first the worst performing stock should be served, or the lowest income groups, and only after that we can provide funding to middle and higher income groups, or at least a proportional share of EU funding should be ring-fenced to low-income households. And also, when the money is distributed, it should be offered in a way that is accessible to households, both in terms of financial or administrative requirements. And households need technical, social, and administrative assistance in accessing these programs. And really, we should start the work with the worst stock, and the results will be, maybe in the beginning it will seem slow, but at the end we will see that it's quickly improving the air quality and the living standards of these households. And this is what I wanted to present. So thanks for your attention, and here are some resources that I used.
Thank you very much, Anna. It was really interesting. We already have some questions. The first one is, are there any other limitation factors for fast transition to renewables heating when we talk about the poorest households? You mentioned several times the administrative burden, but are there any other stuff that we have to take in consideration?
So next to administrative burden, I think the most significant burden, like I would mention two. The one is the quality of housing, and the other is the access to finance. Really diverse performing homes like F and G buildings, especially the individual homes, are really old and haven't been renovated. And often they have structural problems such as cracks, or the electricity network need to be entirely renewed, or the roof is weak, so no solar panel can stay on it in the current state. So this is one major issue that often many structural problems need to be tackled before a new technology can be integrated into the home. And also, if there is no central heating system, it's also a difficulty that probably a new system should be built, an entirely new system. And regarding finances, well, Hungary is probably the worst case among EU countries in socially unfair distribution of public funding. But we can see that even in countries which are not trying to systematically exclude low-income households from funding schemes, the widespread use of post-financing schemes, or the requirement of co-financing, really excludes low-income households, or make the participation in the renovation programs of like to so higher income groups can more easily participate in these programs because they can easily go to a bank to ask for a loan, or they have a saving, so they can ask for higher, like they can ask for a higher support, and they can manage to do more interventions at a time. So yes, I would mention these two factors: finances and the unfit housing stock.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Could CE countries support schemes for replacing coal inefficient firewood heating with new ones shall comply with the Eco Design Directive, or should we go towards other renewable energy sources, technologies, or heat pumps directly?
So there are countries like Bulgaria and Poland that is supporting the upgrade of or the exchange of solid fuel burners. And I don't know in detail into which technology they switch, but and I don't have a specific answer to this. I just read an article in The Guardian that or that burners that in the UK that are in line with the eco design requirements are still emitting very high levels of polluting compounds to the apartment itself. But I think if we switch to centralized heating with very efficient boilers, then firewood can still play a role, because at least the emission is going outside. And if the boilers and the chimneys are standardized and good quality, then probably the emission problem wouldn't be so horrible. But I wouldn't really recommend the upgrade of simple stoves to another simple stove. However, that there are better solutions than stoves, like the little metal stoves. If already stopped the sharing of my presentation, but there are masonry heaters in use in Hungary, which are individual heaters, but they are built from bricks and they keep the heat for a long time and they are more efficient than the individual little ones. And they also need to be fed only maybe once a day. So the problem of opening constantly or regularly the door of the stove is not so bad. So it's really a matter of the condition of the home and also the capacity of the municipality and the national government, like how much money they want to dedicate to this. Because also like a full energy efficient deep retrofit of a home in order to install a heat pump is of course a longer work and more costly than just simply build a masonry stove instead of an individual stove. So it really depends on what are the local capacities or whether there is geothermal energy in the area so they can switch to that. So it's a question of local planning.
Thank you, Anna. There are no more questions as far as I can see. Thank you for your input.
Thank
You
you.
said that you don't know what kind of programs we have in Bulgaria. I believe we will hear more in the next presentation. It would be interesting for you to understand more about the programs in Bulgaria. So with this, I would like to present you our next speaker and to thank Asia Dobrojalieva that she accepted the switch of the presenters in the last moment. Asia is one of the founders of the associations of ecologists from municipalities in Bulgaria in 1993 and the chairman of the association's board of the directors from 2003 to present. Since 2010, she has been a project manager at Habitat for Humanity Bulgaria, working to improve housing conditions in Bulgaria, eliminate housing and energy poverty, enhance energy efficiency, and achieve climate and neutrality goals. And here I will switch to Bulgarian. Здравей, Ася. Благодаря, че
Hello, Asia. Thank you for accepting to join us today in this event. And now, please share your screen and we're listening to you. Over to you. Hello. I hope I will be able to share my screen. Just give me a second.
Докато Ася решава техническите въпроси.
I will use the time until Asia manages to switch on her presentation. You may ask questions on Facebook in our chat room. We will ask these questions. Presenter, can you see the presentation? We can see it, but you need to click on full screen, on the full screen button. Oh, unfortunately, I can't see what you can see. So, is that better?
Виждаме това, което и ти виждаш.
Well, we see the same thing you see. I don't understand why I'm not able to.
Да, точно там в ляво има едно бутонче. Бутончето
To the left, you have this small icon. I'm trying to use this. Okay, whatever. If you prefer, let's do it this way. I'm sorry. Try to use this one. You mean this?
Асия, мога да споделя твоята презентация, ако искаш да споделя екрана.
Mr. Stoikov just proposes to share his own screen. Well, if you do it, it will be the old version without several pie charts. It's the same. It doesn't change. So perhaps I will stop sharing and Mr. Stoikov will share it from his computer. I apologize for taking so much time.
Можем направо да преминем на втория слайд. Идеята беше да...
So let's start with the second slide. I had the idea of telling you what are the options before municipality with a population of less than 45,000 people with the individual heating systems. So this is a very brief information on Habitat for Humanity International, an organization that operates in more than 40 countries in the world. We are more than 40 years old. Soon we will celebrate our 50th anniversary. On the next slide, you can see more general information on the activities in which Habitat for Humanity Bulgaria is involved. We are expanding constantly. In 2014, we established this Decent Home Coalition for Modernization of Housing. We are a member of the European Coalition to Combat Energy Poverty. And in 2023, we became member of the Climate Coalition in Bulgaria. A few words on energy efficiency in people's home and why heating the homes of the citizens has become one of the main activities in the energy efficiency directive. Perhaps you know that buildings are responsible for 40% of the energy consumption in Europe and 80% of the energy for the citizens. This is the energy used for heating, cooling, and water heating. The next slide gives you several references to the new energy efficiency directive from 2023 that have to do with heating. We shouldn't forget that the cheapest energy is the energy that we haven't used. So saving from consumption is the best way forward, which means that energy efficiency is the most important objective. The directive itself highlights that the measures prioritizing the achievement of the energy efficiency goals are the foremost. But as it is clear, The smaller municipalities with population less than 45,000 people, these are more than 200 municipalities in Bulgaria, are not obliged to prepare and draft energy efficiency plans. But this doesn't mean that they don't think about energy efficiency. I'll give you examples later on. And then I'd like to highlight that the whole procedure of long-term planning, including planning for housing, heating, has to be done in full coordination with the civil society, with the actors, with the interested parties. We should get the support and the participation of vulnerable groups as well. I've tried to show you the link between heating of citizens' homes and pollution and health. For me, it's very important that almost 100% of the cases where the particles are over the norm is during the winter months. Also, air pollution is an important factor when it comes to our health. And if we draw a comparison between Bulgaria and the average numbers for the European Union, we can see that we have more than 10,000 preterm death cases for Bulgaria, and as a percentage, the number for the European Union is 3 times as low. You can see that the numbers are really larger for Bulgaria. And on my next slide, you can see the national initiatives Bulgaria has to resolve the issues with air pollution. The main document where the municipal measures are listed is the National Program for Improving Air Quality. This is the document that will be reviewed and updated this year. On this slide, you can see some more information about the measures under this program. One of the most important measures is the introduction of quality standards for the different types of fuel, especially for coal. Then, when it comes to wood, you maybe are aware that we are not progressing well enough because there are no limitations and no regulation of raw wood. We don't have quality standards for the wood. And it's very important in terms of air pollution that the humidity of the wood material is less than 10%, and in Bulgaria, on the market, most of the raw material sold is with a higher level, a higher water content. We have different options to regulate this market. One of the options is to regulate sellers and the water content of the wood they put on the market. Then another variant of measures to improve air pollution is the phasing out of the boilers and the heaters that are not up to the standards of the eco design regulation, but these are measures that should be undertaken by the municipalities themselves. Which means that there should be a deeper analysis of the numbers of these boilers and heaters. I'd like to say that in Bulgaria, the main thing that is being done is to replace the boilers and heaters used with better ones that are up to the standard. We have also measures to reconnect or connect households to the gas transition scheme. And now I can show you what we've done so far with regard to changing the type of boilers used so far.
Беше ОПОС, Оперативна програма Околна среда.
The Environment Operational Program for 2014 and 20 funded 8 grants which helped implement projects under the operational program in replacement of heating stoves. The table gives you more information for the individual cities, and the summarized data says that about 130 million levs have been set aside under priority axis 5 for environmental protection, which contributed that heating stove in 26,000 households were replaced. These were mostly air-to-air air conditioners, thermal pumps, air-to-air that were installed in 8 of these municipalities. And in parallel to this program, Program LIFE funds a Bulgarian project where 6 Bulgarian municipalities partnered with each other to take measures to protect the air quality, and their focus was on the heating stoves. You can see the statistics. The project is worth 302 to 306 million levs, and it provided the replacement of heating stoves for almost 6,000 households. These 2 projects and the 2 types of funding gave us nearly 307,000 households with replaced heating stoves worth 160 million levs. The next slide will show you the plans for the new program period 2021-2027 under Environment Operational Program. The procedure for cleaner air has different parts that will be funded from two different funds, but the funding is intended to be over 600 million that will be distributed between 21 municipalities, where we have found exceed of the norms, the finite particles. You can see the names of the the municipalities. Most of these are district centers, but some as Asеновград, Горна Оряховица, Димитровград, and Несебър are not district centers, but they meet the criteria and conditions. As you can see, the focus of the funds will be these funds will be distributed among the 21 municipalities. The question is what the rest of the municipalities are planning to do. The next slide, before we see the next slide, I will clarify that the measures under the new program are admissible alternatives to the heating stove. I have mentioned all types of heating stoves that are provided for replacement, and for the energy poor households, we have provided photovoltaic installations. I will mention here that even now, Bulgaria does not have targeted funding for energy poor households under any of the programs that are being implemented at the moment. And largely, this has resulted in the fact that the previous programs have provided support to households that are able to do the replacement themselves. One more thing I want to mention is that the most energy poor households, those that live in substandard households and are causing the greatest air pollution because they they employ the bad practice of using substandard heating materials, including waste. And this type of households have no access to the currently existing programs for heating installation replacement and energy efficiency. But after all, the energy efficiency access in Bulgaria so far has been provided to multi-family buildings. But that's not possible for single-family buildings. I have only wanted to mention this as a fact because the measures are not targeting the energy poor households, and it should. These households should be the priority. The next slide, I have a chart that you will not be able to see here, but based on the statistics from the 2021 census, I have ordered the municipalities. Apologies, this is not the municipalities, these are the regions, because the information I have is accessible for the regional level, not the municipal level, which is not a public information. This slide shows that the dwellings that are using heating energy in the form of solid fuels is still very high in Bulgaria. The total amount for the country is 46% of the dwellings, which rely mostly on solid fuel heating. Of these 46%, 41% use biomass, and fossil solid fuels is being used by the remaining 3%. What is noteworthy is that there are regions where solid fuels account for a very high percentage of the heating You can see Smolen is the leading district with 90% of the dwellings using solid fuels. Silistra 83, Montana 82, Kărgeli, Vidin, Lovech over 70%. The first 10 districts use over 70% of the households are using solid fuels. The next table is ordering the district based on the total amount of households which are using solid fuels for heating. As you can see, the total number of dwellings, the leader in the total number of dwellings is Plovdiv area with over 90,000 dwellings on solid fuel, then Blagoevgrad over 65, Sofia district over 60,000, Burgas over 60,000, Pazardzhik almost 60, etc. That means that the municipalities and the areas where we have a large share of households on solid fuel in absolute numbers are the ones that have been mentioned here. But what is important to note is that these districts will have access to funding. Most of all, the district centers will receive access to funding under priority or access 5 under operational program environment. The next slide, I want to show with the next slide our experience in providing support to small municipalities, because I believe that as Davide said in the first presentation, everyone has the right to access new equipment for heating that meets the standards, and as it has already been mentioned several times, that provides also quality not only of the living environment and the environment, but also reduced pollution of the environment, but also better conditions for the better living environment. What Habitat Bulgaria has done in partnership with VEDEV Bulgaria, not only our two organizations, but also with this organization in Romania and Hungary. This is the BioBalance project of balancing solid biomass for climate neutrality in Central and Eastern European countries. We are about to complete this project in the middle of the year. The next slide, you will see information about one of the activities which under this project targeted municipalities, where low-income municipalities mostly use wood for burning. And the municipalities we partnered in Bulgaria, this is the Botevrad municipality. We set up the local action fund with budget 16,000 euros, which aim to fund a measure that improves the wood-based heating. And thanks to the meetings with the interested parties and the municipality representatives of these communities in which are mostly from the Roma community in Botevrad, we approved the measure to implement, and this is the building of 13 single and dual cells to dry wood for heating, to allow the wood that has already been purchased, which is usually raw wood, and have a high percentage of humidity, sometimes 40 and above percent, to allow for the natural drying of this type of wood. We contributed to the help of 15 households in extreme poverty, which are living in a municipal dwelling. And besides providing access to such cells of the families, we also had information meetings with them, training, energy efficiency training, where we explained why it is important to burn dry wood, why it is important to have high quality heating stoves, and why it is important to take measures to improve the energy efficiency of the homes in order to reduce the energy consumption, the costs. The next slide shows how these wood storaging cells look like. These are the cells for wood drying. You can see, I will not actually describe it. The pictures speak for themselves. They allow for the natural drying of the burning wood for burning. The next slide will continue with another project which we are implementing with WWF Bulgaria. It is called Biojust, that is just transition for solid fuel dependent households, which is building up and further developing the project BioBalance, what we had started implementing under the BioBalance project.
So you can see the support we will provide under this project and the tools, the planning tools that we will be able to use in order to assist the local communities. Our idea is to do networking and to support in an intelligent way the households. We have a financial instrument allowing for the implementation of local activities. I've given you a detailed description of work package 3, which is for the municipalities. Based on our data, statistical data that we avail of, about the type of fuel used by the households, about the income, the average incomes in the various communities, various economic indicators were taken into account. So finally, we selected 4 districts with the worst indicators. One of the indicators had to do with renovation measures executed, that is the installation and improving the dwelling stock. We have 2 piloting municipalities selected, and we are developing the guidelines so that they can draft their transition action plans with a focus on the heating of dwelling stock. We are planning on training the municipalities and the households with the topic of recommendations for energy transition. And then we have work package 4, which has to do with the best practices established so far Um, our idea is that the decisions about financing and the piloting municipalities should be made in cooperation with interested parties. Part of this package is the drafting of the action plan. We are planning on meeting the representatives of the energy poor households, and we are planning financing of up to 20,000 euro for this package, which will be used once a decision has been made between the municipality and the representatives of the energy poor to see how this transition will be made in the most gentle way possible. And well, you can see our contact information here. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that there was some interesting information in my presentation for you. Thank you, Asia. Yes, it was interesting, and I can see there are questions. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so I only ask one question from our Zoom chat room. Something that you two mentioned. The previous period had financing available to change wood burning stuffs with air conditioners, not the most effective air conditioners, though. And now, due to the administrative burden, we believe that this solution won't be sustainable, bearing in mind the market, the energy markets. Do you agree with this comment? And what do you think about the future way ahead? Please be brief. Well, I said it in my presentation. Energy efficiency should come first. Now, if your dwelling, if your house is not insulated, if it's not efficient, if the heat gets out through the walls, it doesn't matter how good stove you will buy, you won't get necessary comfort. So first and foremost, we should put some more efforts in to improving the energy efficiency characteristics of the homes. And this will lead to less consumption. Now, air conditioners, is this the most effective strategy for heating our homes? Well, you are very well aware that there are many different options and strategies. The new programming period allows for the use of different heaters, not only air. There is a drive for new technologies and new alternatives, but my personal opinion is that when it comes to heating, the most important thing is responsible behaviors. Very often, when we train households, we ask them a very simple question. Do you have a thermometer in your room measuring the temperature? 90% of them don't have a thermometer. And once we start monitoring the temperature at home, once we build our good habits to save energy, to use our heating in the most effective way, then we will get the good result. Otherwise, even if we have the most efficient heater possible, we won't save money and energy. Thank you, Asya. This is the end of our discussion for this panel. Our agenda says that we will have a break now. Let's have a break, 10 minutes to limber up, to get some coffee and water. See you back at 11:28 Eastern European Time or 10:28 Eastern Central European Time. See you.
I hope we're all back from our break, and now we're going to continue the day with a presentation of Monica Vidal. Monica is a campaign coordinator at CAN Europe, Climate Action Network Europe, with over 15 years of experience leading initiatives to decarbonize buildings and promote sustainable heating solutions, such as warm homes for all and build better lives. And previously, she was the Director of Public Policy and Climate Governance at ECODES, a Spanish NGO, shaping energy policy across Europe and fostering collaboration between businesses, NGOs, and policymakers. Her academic background is in environmental sciences with a master's in industrial ecology. Monica is going to present us a really interesting report on making renewable heating accessible and affordable for all, and especially for the rental sector. Monica, now you can share your presentation. We can continue.
Thank you very much, Svetoslav, and thank you very much for having me today. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. I hope you will see it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Fantastic. So thank you very much for having me, as I said. And today I will present you a little bit part of the work that we've been doing the last month. And I wanted to talk about how we can make the renewable heating accessible and affordable also in the rental sector, because I think this is something that is important also in the discussion that we are having today in relation with the heating and cooling plan, and how we need to take into account also the situation of the rental sector. First of all, I want to start saying that, sharing with you something that I saw last month, is the European Economic and Social Committee, that is an EU advisory body made up of employers, trade unions, but also civil society organizations, sounded a new alarm about the housing crisis. This is from last month. And they were saying that the shortage of decent and affordable housing, both for purchase or rental, is getting deeper and deeper, and is especially important for vulnerable groups, but also for young people. What I wanted to share that with you today, because I think nowadays, if we are working on building and heating decarbonization, because we want to focus on looking for solutions to decarbonize the sector, especially the residential sector, we cannot avoid that we are living also a housing crisis. So the solutions that we need to find need to take into account this situation. That's the first point that I wanted to make, and also to frame the discussion. I think it's important to say that now I think, and all the people that are in the call, I think, and my colleagues, the speakers that they were participating before, I think there is a general consensus that, to be fair, the energy transition, but also the building and heating transition should prioritize vulnerable households. So we are leaving no one behind. But however, there are few instruments that we can see today that really address tenants, and especially vulnerable tenants. So as we saw that the rental sector is a little bit like a black spot on the buildings and heating decarbonization. We wanted to put some light on this, and at least to start these discussions. And after we've been spending several months doing many interviews with organizations from the social sector, but also the housing experts, and of course environmental organizations, including the organization that some of them that are part of our members of Climate Action Network. And we finally launched this briefing, the Making Renewable Heating Accessible and Affordable. in the rental sector last month. And of course, later I can share the link in the chat so you can have a look if you didn't have the opportunity so far. So first of all, let's start sharing some data about the share of people living in household owning versus renting in different countries, but also at EU level. So I think also it's important for the context of the conference today that it's true that in the CEE region, the percentage of people renting is very low in comparison with other countries. And for example, if we see the case of Bulgaria, we can look at it's only 15% of the people renting in the country, and it's a similar situation in other countries like Hungary, Slovakia, and Croatia. But however, if we see the numbers at European level, we can see that 30% of Europeans live in a home they do not own. And this figure is bigger in some specific countries, like, for example, in Germany or Denmark or Austria. And this is information about national data, but if we are going at, for example, to the capitals of these countries, this rate is bigger, and especially, for example, in cities as Paris or Brussels or Berlin. The case of Berlin, for example, is 76% of the people live in an apartment or a house that they don't not own. That's one of the things that the points that we want to make, that if and of course I imagine that most of you have experienced this situation before, or you're experiencing this now, when that tenants have really little control, if any, over the investment decision that concern the house or the apartment they inhabit, and these decisions are made by the owners. What the result is that the decisions that we are taking are not the best fit for the house or the apartment where we live in. And this is known as this split incentive situation is known as the landlord and tenant dilemma. So the first thing that I think we should all do is to really recognize that the landlord tenant dilemma exists. And also when we are doing public policies, that this situation exists and we need to take it into account. Why? Because something that we were talking in the last presentation as well about the situation of the energy poverty in Europe. 1 in 10 Europeans are unable to keep their home adequately warm, and this together with the housing prices that we were saying, that high inflation, the rising housing costs, put more of the middle class at risk of energy poverty. And we need to take this situation into account. And I think most of the people in the call know that it's very difficult to have information about the energy poverty data at EU level. We have information at national level in specific countries. For example, Anna was presenting some data from Hungary, but this is a problem that we have working on energy poverty, the lack of information. But for example, the No Home Without Energy program, that is a program that the ECODES, a Spanish NGO, is running from the last 10 years, working with people on energy poverty, shows that 75% of the people that participate in the program are tenants. Also, information that we have from Flanders show that 33% of tenants and 41.5% of social tenants live in energy poverty, compared to just 40.8% of owner occupants. So, if we really want to prioritize vulnerable family, we need to take into account that in some countries, these people live in an apartment that they do not own. So, what are the conclusions that we find after all the conversation with the different experts that we have? First of all, is continue building on what we already exist. And that means that we need to promote renewable heating through the building stock, even if they do not specifically address the rental sector because that will benefit everybody, landlords and owners occupants. That's the first point. And when I'm saying this, I mean that we need to continue improving the framework condition and support for fossil fuel heating, phase out fossil fuel heating. We need a proper taxation of environmental harmful fuels used for heating. But we also need financial support, grants, loans, tax cuts, also innovative solutions as heat as a service, but also we need to plan the transition. We need the heating and cooling plans very good implemented. We need national building renovation plans. But also we need to fill the gaps. All the policymakers, they need to tweak the existing renewable heating policies tools to make them fit for the rental sector. And we need to, maybe at some point, we need to develop new measures that really ensuring that the necessary social safeguards are in place to protect tenants as well. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking, for example, that implementing the minimum energy performance standards together with social safeguards, but also, for example, specific measures like renting sailings that really protect these tenants. But also, I think it's important that we recognize that the social housing providers and the social agencies, they have an important role to play. And because this sector is a great opportunity to develop innovative solutions. So because they have an important large stock of buildings, so we can aggregate the demand and we can create mass market for deep renovation and also playing with some of the barriers that we have from the supply side situation and also prioritizing who needed the most vulnerable. I'm going to go a little bit more deeper in this part because I think it's maybe this is the newest thing. Because as I said, I think we need to recognize that the social housing provider and social rental agencies they have a key role to play because social housing is typically rental housing owned by the state or by non-profits with the aim of providing affordable housing. That's the first point. The second point is that they own large stock of homes and they may be more willing to improve the condition of tenants in comparison with the private sector. And also we can see there is a strong renovation movement within the social housing sector. There are many examples that you can find it also in the report. So we need to also in this renovation movement that we find, we need to integrate also the renewable heating solutions. So for these conditions, also because we were talking before about the information and social housing provides also information and advice and coaching on energy use to the residents. So they are very well placed to really put this information to offer this information to the residents. That's so the large building stock of the social housing providers, together with the social mission, they position the social housing sector in an ideal place to really spread the word about the transition towards affordable, high-quality rental homes that can benefit from the renewable heating system across Europe. One of the examples that we can show about this innovative solution is the Energy Sprong model that really bears witness to the importance of social housing in developing a mass market for deep energy retrofit. How they work? The Energy Sprong they work like a market development team, let's say, and they sit in the middle of the different actors of the retrofit ecosystem between the landlords and tenants, so that's mean the demand, and the retrofit providers, also the heat pump installers, wherever, and also the financial institution and public authorities, and they ensure the best results. So it's a way to aggregate the demand, but also coordinate with the offer, with the people that they can do the retrofit, they can install the heat pump, etc. So it's a model that is that we can scale up, and that's why it's I think it's interesting to continue analyzing and also at national level maybe to promote it. So this initiative is a way also to prioritize vulnerables and support buildings and heating decarbonization while addressing the supply problems. And of course, something that we were saying before, Anna was mentioning, that the information is power. We need to facilitate the information. We need to proactively provide independent information on all existing tools available to facilitate the switch to renewable heating, but also taking into account that landlords, the specific information, but also tenants, to understand the added value of renewable heating in their properties. So the conclusions of the studies, of the things that I wanted to share with you today is like, okay, we will need specific tools tailored for the rental sector, but a significant part of the solution involves ramping up the existing efforts that we are all doing together to phase out fossil fuels heating, but we need also to accompany these measures with social safeguards. And this includes implementing the policies, the financial incentive, but also the planning instruments, and that really encourage the renewable heating for all property owners. But we also need to recognize the key role of the social housing providers and the social rental agencies by pulling the demand of renewable heating system in social housing, so we can address the supply side barriers, including the lack of workers and the supply chains. The bigger picture is like the transition to affordable and accessible renewable heating in the rental sector is not only possible but vital for a sustainable future, and that this requires the collaboration between the EU institution, national institutions, but also the local government, that they need to implement these heating and cooling plannings, and because we need to look for a society where everyone can enjoy the benefits of energy efficient, but also affordable and climate resilient home. Thank you very much for your attention. And here you have the details. If you want to share some information with me, also you have some comments, and I will share also in the chat the link to the briefing that I presented today, in case you want to have a look. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. And just on a side note, we're going to translate the report in Bulgarian in a couple of months. So you're going to, the Bulgarian speakers at least are going to be able to look at it. And we have several questions. And the first one is specifically about the case of Bulgaria and social housing. And this may be a little bit different from what is happening in other parts of Europe. But in the case of Bulgaria, social housing providers are the municipalities. And usually there are individual apartments spread around the building stock. So there are not separate buildings. And do you have some ideas on how the problem that you just explained could be tackled?
Because you mean that there is not a multi-apartment building, but individual houses?
But yeah, the thing is that there are apartments in multi-family buildings.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand. And that could be like a situation like what is happening with the social agencies, social rental agencies, that they articulate, let's say, the renting between different apartments that they do not own, but they favorize the match between landlords and vulnerable tenants. But I guess this is of course more complicated, technically more complicated than a building that is owned by the same organization, government, wherever. But we can aggregate the demand if one organization is working with 20, 30 apartments that they are placed in different buildings, they can have a common offer to for a retrofitting company that they say, okay, they can plan it in a way, but they can put everything together. Okay, we're gonna renovate 20 apartments. So the retrofitting company will be more interesting to maybe to work with this organization that will renovate 20 apartments instead of going one by one. So I think that's the way to aggregate the demand here. And this is how it worked for the social rental agencies. But of course, we cannot deny that this is more complicated than one building with all the apartments that is for social housing. Indeed.
Thank you. Now I see another question, and it is more general. But how deep is the problem with the cost of living crisis in regard to heating and cooling around Europe?
Well, as I have, yeah, indeed, the thing is, with the housing crisis, the people, I have some numbers in the briefing, but the thing is, for example, that of course that depends a lot on from country to country, and also within the country from different cities. But for example, we see in the case of Dublin that the prices for buy or rent an apartment have doubled in the last years, and or that this together with the energy crisis, that's just the terrible situation. So the people really need to put most of their incomes to pay the rent or the house, and also adding the energy invoices. So that's why we're saying that people, the middle class, are more in risk to go for energy poverty, because they need to first pay the apartment, and after the energy bills will come. So yeah, that's the situation. This is that we have a double. Well, I don't know how many crises we have, but the whole housing crisis is going together with the climate crisis, and we need to find a solution for both situations.
Thank you. And now we have one final question, and it is: do tenants on a EU level in general or locally have some instruments to secure that the conditions they are living in are adequate?
There are examples, but there are fewer examples that you can see it in the briefing. For example, France, they are for example, and they are implementing the minimum energy performance standard in France that they started before. They are putting some conditions when you are willing to rent your house or your apartment. So you will need a minimum energy certification that will happen in 2025. But for example, in Flanders also there is it was a rent ceiling for apartments. So this is making a link between the energy efficiency of the apartment and the potentially the possibility to rent this apartment, I think this is a way to do it. And as I said, we have examples in France and Flanders, but these are fewer examples. That's why we analyze this in the briefing. And the thing is how we can really do that at EU level, of course, taking into account that the situation is not the same in every country, but in some countries, it's really very important to take into account because a lot of people live in the rental sector.
Thank you, Monica. I don't see any other questions right now, but yeah, we'll keep in touch. And we'll definitely disseminate the report here in Bulgaria. At least we are going to try to do so. The next speaker, with this I'm going to present the next presentation. It is going to be, we're going to switch to district heating, we're going to focus on district heating at the next two presentations. We're going to continue the program with a joint presentation from Karsten Rothballer and Dietmar Schwer on strategies on the EU district heating toolkit. And Karsten is ahead of the sustainable energy systems at ICLEI. ICLEI is local governments for sustainability, is a global network working with more than 2,500 local and regional governments committed to sustainable urban development. And he has been a senior expert there since 2009, working on climate and energy policy. He supports local and regional governments in Germany and throughout Europe in the development, improvement, as well as financing of sustainable energy and climate action plans, setting up energy communities and urban infrastructures such as district heating. And the second presenter, it's Dietmar Schwer, who is a senior researcher in the Department of Future Energy and Industry System. He has studied mechanical engineering with a focus on energy technology, and since 2003, he has been working at the Wuppertal Institute, and since 2008 as a project manager there. His work focuses on energy system and energy scenario analysis, technologies for renewable energies, and energy efficiency. Today, both of them are going to present the strategies to transform a coal-based district heating system with the spotlights from the district heating toolkit. So, Karsten, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. This is Carsten speaking. I will share my screen and can say already that unfortunately Dietmar has lost his voice, so I will substitute also his part, but nevertheless, hope that you will enjoy it. And if there are technical questions that I cannot answer, well, we are also reachable. I'm here also representing the Secretariat of Coal Regions in Transition, where the Wuppertal Institute and ICLEI is engaged in. And in that sense, have prepared a toolkit as a series out of many. And this is here one element, which is the focus on district heating. And yeah, let's take a look and unwrap this publication if you haven't had the chance to take a look at it already. The publication is structured in two formats. The first sections are able to provide an overview to you, and there are then later on also background notes, sections where you can dive more in depth into several topics. So I'm encouraging you to not only look at this publication, but actually use the publication also, the first part of it, for instance, to present to others, to convey messages if you can agree to them. The table of content of the publication we conceptualized in the way that we wanted to tackle the question, in particular for coal regions in transition, how they can decarbonize their heating system if their heating system is based on coal. And here we have put a particular emphasis on the renewable energy sources, the energy supply options that then these regions and municipalities should look at, and will give respective information, which is presented in this format, for instance, on waste incineration or excess heat. We are providing tools, we're providing examples, but also a SWOT analysis for each technology option. So strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to think about. And in that sense, hopefully facilitating the local dialogue to happen and to decide on, for instance, solar energy. What are the pros and cons? What are aspects to look at, and why you should certainly look at solar energy as one very important option to decarbonize your heating system that is currently potentially based on coal. We are also advocating, and this is my first message here to you to deliver on a strategic approach if you would like to decarbonize your district heating system, and a combined approach. So we have already heard that the principle of energy efficiency first. I would actually say, or we would say that sufficiency comes even first than efficiency. So there are options, of course, in your dwelling, but also on the supply side. They can look at a sufficiency option, how a network is designed, how buildings are placed and interacting with one another. So there are several forms beyond behavior change that can relate to sufficiency. Then efficiency as a second element here, certainly in focus. There are we know from studies that we can save as much CO2 on the demand side as well as then on the supply side. So certainly the building stock, but also looking at the district heating system itself, its efficiency, its degree of efficiency is here in focus as a second step. Then we look at local renewable heat sources and the various kinds. And before we then look into power to heat options and alternative energy carriers. These four aspects we think should be considered one by one and starting from the first going to the fifth, but of course they are intertwined with one another, and it depends very much on the local conditions to look at. We had already from the previous speaker here the example and the message, let's insulate houses because here you will be more efficient. And indeed, this graph just emphasizes that a high energy performance building standard is quite valuable. Looking here, for instance, at the passive house, in a passive house standard, you can supply with only one wind turbine the electric heat for 90,000 dwelling. But if the houses of the same number are poorly insulated, then you would need much more renewable energy to put into the same number of houses. So here clearly the interaction and the need to interact and think holistically on both sides, demand and supply. We also can see that looking at the efficiency of the different district heating networks, that also here there is a lot of potential, and potential to make it efficient is by reducing the temperature, therefore also the loss within the district heating system. It's also combined from between old buildings and newly refurbished buildings, where then the temperature can drop, even going, if you go for passive house or energy plus buildings, towards levels that are close to cold networks and so on. So these are interlinked, and don't be disencouraged. You can, of course, think about a wonderful system that is developed from scratch, but we have also supplied and identified cases in this toolkit where we combine existing heating systems which are higher temperature than supplying old buildings with patches of new centralized cold networks which just have 20 degrees, as well as with new decentralized heating networks of 45 degrees. So this is possible. These cases exist, and my message here is don't stop because you cannot develop everything wonderful from scratch, but it's a continuous process, one by one, and it can be combined. It has been proven that this is also possible. Looking at the decarbonization scenarios of district heating in the EU, we can see here that fossil fuels should be phased out and can be phased out by 2035 to a very minor still black bar, as you can see, but then by 2040 it's non-existing, at least as far as coal is concerned. Here the looking at 2050, what is the scenario telling us in this case here? And I'm also encouraging you to look at the links we are providing here within this presentation, but also within the toolkit, naturally, that we have a power to heat section, which is quite considerable as the future decarbonized district heating generation. We have then also, of course, a high level of local renewable energy sources included, geothermal, bioenergy, and so on. And there is some hydrogen potentially as well, but not so much. I will emphasize this message later on. There is so the main pillars of the climate neutral heat generation of district heating, if we look at now from that perspective here, connected to the second message, will be on power to heat, on solar thermal heating, and deep geothermal energy use. And in looking at power to heat, we can here distinguish between flexible load and coming from direct electric application, then also to electric heat pumps and other heat sources. And we are supplying cases where we try to provide arguments for you to obtain as well. Sometimes it's argued, well, coal with the current scenario, it's competitive. That might depend on framework conditions that are shaped also on the national level, on the European level. I think the path is clearly set towards climate neutrality, and different countries go faster than others. But in general, we also already now advocate very much for scenarios where we think, okay, what are the impact of rising CO2 prices within making your system, your refurbished system, or your highly renewable energy-based system competitive towards other considerations that are sometimes also brought to the table. So we try to provide you with good argumentation also within this publication. We touch upon aspects of the flexibilization of the future system for you to think about. Also storage aspects, the interlinkage between different components of technologies. And we look into, as I said, aspects of seasonal and thermal storage potentials for core regions in transition, but also beyond. We can see here, you may have these pictures in your mind from Denmark, where pit thermal energy storage is used to bring down the price of energy, but also to increase the intake of flexible, of volatile renewable energy supply within the thermal system. By the way, thermal storage can make the energy transition much cheaper when instead of looking just at the electricity use of the thermal sector. So we advocate here for a combined approach, which makes it cheaper and more affordable, considering electricity and thermal energy together. There are studies around that you should take note of. Then last but not least, here a message quickly on hydrogen. Hydrogen is, I often call, the champagne within our energy system, and you should treat the champagne only occasionally. Otherwise, it's not fun to have it every day. So here the message is that hydrogen does play an important role also within the overall decarbonization of our energy system, but should be deliberately used for specific purposes, as also for the production of hydrogen. It's quite energy intensive to produce, and therefore let's take it. For instance, in terms of within the storage and no regret options in industry in particular, and for heating, where we really need flexibility in as a backup load or similar, then it plays a role. But otherwise, we advocate not to use it too much. So don't overestimate hydrogen, which is sometimes in publications advocated for. We provide examples like here, the net zero example of Sonderburg in Denmark, where a particular emphasis was put on renovation in combination with electrification, also green transport. So here, a case of really an integrated approach of a city with a combination of heating and cooling, as well as electricity and thermal energy, as well as different sectors coming together in an integrated way. So please take a look at this example. And with that, I'm not yet finished, but also look here for questions that you're already typing in. These are the links within the presentation that you will get afterwards. I, in the end, would like to quickly emphasize one aspect which is also covered within the toolkit, but which I would like to emphasize here as well, which is the need for strategic thermal planning. And that starts with a regional or local vision and commitment of a municipality, can result in a working group on this matter, then as a second step. Thirdly, then at analyzing what is the inventory, what is the potential, what are different zones within the municipality, within a region, different building tissues, but also maybe similar tissues within one zone, which can then lead to different refurbishment, but also other scenarios, renewable energy scenarios, also relevant to supply certain types of buildings upcoming. And here I would like to highlight that there are tools also available, digital tools like hot maps, where you are where you can zoom into your municipality in the European Union, in Bulgaria, zooming in where is potential. This looks then like this. So it's 100 times 100 meter heat density potential that you are able to observe based on national data, which is then factored down on a local level. Here, potentials of heat and heat demand and supply, renewable energy excess heat potentials. Based on that understanding, where are the potentials within your municipality or region? You can then look into the next step, which is then for a certain district, you may develop a certain heating and cooling strategy, which is then potentially demanding or likely to demand specific policy intervention, also looking at communication and refurbishment schemes. And then you may use, again, a digital tool, in this case called Thermos, where you are able to get project pre-feasibility results in order for you to be faster in the project planning, project implementation, and eventually looking into what you have achieved and what you could do better, maybe than in other districts. And concerning this tool, the Thermos tool, which we are also advocating for to use, it's a free for use tool, and Acton Heat provides it for you to get training on it, to use the tool also with expert guidance. So it then looks like this. Based on OpenStreetMaps, you are able to zoom into your district, in your city, and then can plan with this software where you can develop a district heating system, a cooling system, based on the potential different buildings have within that zone. This is modeled information. You can also provide the specific data if you have it, but otherwise, this tool provides you a very interesting overview that you can apply, get into dialogue with different actors in the municipality or in the region to refurbish your district heating, your existing district heating system, but also build a new district heating system, which is then maybe of a higher grade of efficiency and renewable energy intake. I will stop here with the message that several organization, in this case, the Energy Agency of the state of Hessen in Germany, the municipality of Za Zemiata in Belgium, or here the Macedonian Academy of Science and Art, are using these offers, the digital tools of hot maps and Thermos, in order to advance in the energy transition. There are, as I said, the possibility for you to apply here to get free support in Bulgaria and elsewhere in Europe. So I'm inviting you to apply here using this opportunity. And with that, I would like to stop and looking forward to your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the interesting presentation. We have one question in Zoom, and I can see several more. So the first one is, do you evaluate and compare the various technologies in the study by its environmental impact or the energy return on investment?
Okay, we compared it in the way, as I said, in relation to the weaknesses, strength, and also included financial consideration here. Heating or the supply of local renewable resources for heating is a very local issue. Every time it will differ on the framework conditions, and not only put forward by the financial conditions in each state, but also very much on what renewable energy supply you can organize within a region, where are the potentials and what are the combining factors. For instance, if you have an industrial site with a lot of excess heat, then the conditions might look very different from conditions where you have a high potential of geothermal, deep geothermal supply, and so on. So to some extent, we make this transparent, but you cannot really compare one option to another economically. It will depend on a case-by-case basis on the local conditions.
And the next one that I can see, it's about the size. Is economy of size a barrier in district heating systems? And can district heating system be an option for smaller settlements with single-family homes? How to attract investments in district heating in deprived rural areas?
Okay. In general, we can say that district heating systems make sense in densified areas, so in urban areas. And then here, as I said, there, for instance, hot maps would be the tool to look at, okay, where are the most dense energy dense areas or cooling dense areas, in order to look into the development of district heating system. If there, you are also able to establish systems in rural areas. So I'm not talking now about, it's also common in villages, in the cities, in the village center it's also feasible to have district heating systems in place, but these are then usually not connected to a bigger system, because that is then then longer pipes are needed, and the higher the temperature of the overall system, the more loss you have, and the more financially unattractive it is to invest here. But I can also say the lower the temperature, the more feasible it becomes also to connect more remote parts in rural areas. And we know from Scandinavia that even 50 kilometers, depending on the case, can be bridged from one urban density area to another. So in order to gain more flexibility, but also to connect to, for instance, an industrial park, which is a little bit outside of the city. So this is possible. But in general, again, it is more feasible to have a district heating system established if you don't have one already in urban areas, in more dense areas than in rural areas. In rural areas here, individual heat pumps might be economically much more feasible.
Thank you. And I can see another question actually from our next presenter. And it is, do you have any examples from district heating systems that have been refurbished and how this affects heating costs for users?
Yes. So as I said, within the publication, you find examples. There are also within the Just Transition platform conferences continuously also heating sessions organized where we try to advocate and showcase examples that are developed along the way now with the Just Transition mechanism being established and respective funding is provided. There are upcoming examples of geothermal, of solar thermal installation. So there are already examples gathered within the toolkit, but more to come in the future for sure. Also on that. Concerning the prices, so energy poverty is also here addressed, but yeah, I'm now not aware of a particular section within the toolkit, at least, where we address this and have information to answer the question in that aspect.
Thank you. And I can see that we have several more questions, but maybe you could give a quick answer to them. Could a small-scale district heating system be price competitive?
Yes, but again, it depends on the local condition. It's and the scenario you want to build. If the scenario is built on the current energy prices, potentially it's not competitive. But if you extend your view towards and factor in rising CO2 prices, then it can become easily feasible within the next 10 years, for instance. But in general, also to be said, the bigger the system you want to build or want to refurbish, the logically the more cost intensive it is, and the payback time will be longer. Certainly within the framework that we have set of climate neutrality, everything will be eventually economically feasible, sometimes quicker than other times, depending, for instance, supply of geothermal. The drilling might be, if you need to drill a few kilometers further, then of course it's more expensive. But in case of Bulgaria, I also know, or Hungary, that there are cases where this is not needed, at least not so much. So we can have the payback time or the business cases can be different, and in that sense, the payback time can be much shorter. So it really depends. Smaller systems established can be follow a similar logic, depending on the refurbishment. If you established a new district, then district heating as part of the overall energy supply makes sense and is usually then also paying back easy.
And two more questions we have. Could you explain a little bit more about the role of thermal storage in reducing the heat prices?
Yeah. So the if we look at So our approach is to look at to get as much renewable energy in as possible, local renewable energy as possible, but also it should be feasible. Anyways, we have often times where we have more renewable energy than potentially, depending on the scale, supplied, and here we need to store them. We can store them within convert them into hydrogen and store hydrogen and use hydrogen in that sense, but it is quite energy intensive, and in that sense you lose a lot of energy. So again, the champagne. So let's use it carefully. And here, thermal storage, however, is a method which can be less cost intensive and less you lose less energy. So here it makes then the system, it balances the system, and you are able to supply for a higher period in time with these seasonal storages, supplying renewable energy within your energy system, and that makes it then overall a more attractive business case than not having that, and depending on either electricity, which then would need where you need a strong grid potentially, and other costs involved. So it is a local issue, again, to be emphasized, and you need to look at case by case, but thermal storage certainly be considered as a not only as an option, but actually as a matter of how big should the storage be, and what is the combination within your local setting.
Thank you. And we have one more, one final question. Maybe it's a little bit provocative, but what is the role of waste incineration and bioenergy in the decarbonization of the district heating? Isn't waste incineration a false solution in the long run?
Okay, in the long run, it might be. And certainly we look at circular economy and circular or using and reusing as much resources as possible. Burning it is not a good way forward. That is clear. At the same time, we have that potential, and we have existing incineration potential, which should be used within linked to the reduction of or targets, recycling targets, minimization of waste, and so on. So it's a tricky issue. We within this toolkit we are seeing excess heat or waste incineration as part of an option which you consider later if you have considered other option first. So that's one thing. Similarly to biomass, also biomass you should use as little as possible, but still there is it can be used if economically, but also environmentally. First of all, it is feasible to use it, but let's use it as little as possible. There are other options that are not conflicting with environmental with our environmental goals, and yeah, that is to be said in this connection. So let's look into them. Let's not exclude them from the start, but let's only use them carefully where needed as an additional component, and not build your district heating future entirely on those two options which were mentioned.
Thanks a lot. I don't see any other questions in our channels, so I really thank you for the great overview that you gave us, and we will surely explore the toolkit further on. So thanks a lot for this participation. And we're going to have a short break right now. It's going to be 3 or 4 minutes just to quickly move around, and we're going to return in 5:30. And regulation. So Sam, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Svetoslav, and thank you for having me. I hope everyone is still fully awake for the final 2 presentations. And really nice to follow Karsten with another presentation on district heat. So I'd like to present some work we did last year on how to make district heating clean, efficient, and smart. And being an organization that really looks at policy and regulation, it will be a bit more high level, looking at overall policy principles that governments can use. And we look also really at district heating and the role it can play in the energy system at large. And how it can really support the transition to clean energy in other sectors as well. So let's get started. All right. I will be a bit quick on the early part because I think Karsten already gave a super good overview of all the technical sides and all the options that are there when it comes to switching to renewable energy and district heating. So I don't have to say much anymore on really the importance of decarbonizing heating and cooling in Europe. We know it's a really big share of our energy use. And most of this is currently coming from fossil fuels. Only around 12% is being supplied through district heating, and still a really significant share of that is also fossil fuels. But there is a huge untapped potential of clean energy that can be delivered with district heating. This is already a bit of an older modeling that was done, but in Heat Roadmaps Europe, they looked at the share that several countries have when it comes to using district heating, and they found that in many cases, it would be economically optimal to use much more district heating than countries are doing now. Unfortunately, they didn't look at Bulgaria. But you can see that they recommend most of the countries to use much higher shares of district heating to supply their homes. So there's a huge potential for expansion also of district heating. And there will be a lot of system benefits to doing this. Carsten already mentioned some of it. So there's this huge potential of ambient heat that's available, waste heat, geothermal heat sources that we can use that are very hard to use individually at the building level. But with the district heating system, you can make use of these larger sources that also require very large investments that would be impossible to do on the level of a single building. So that's really a big advantage of district heating. In addition, there is definitely benefits of scale that we can achieve. So we can use, for example, lower total capacity, production capacity. So maybe also referring to the question of Anna on, is a district heating system viable in a smaller village? Yes, it can be viable. And one benefit could be that instead of giving everyone a heat pump, you could do one larger heat pump for the whole village. But in total, you would need less installed capacity of heat pump because not everyone is using heat at exactly the same time. And if you put all the heat loads of the different buildings on one system, it becomes easier to predict. So you can actually be more efficient and you can buy a smaller heat pump for the whole village. So that actually is an advantage. And in addition, you can really have flexibility in supply and demand. And this is also really where the storage comes in. For example, if there's a lot of wind or solar electricity available, you can run your heat pump or an e-boiler, but preferably a heat pump, and then already generate heat, store it for a day or a bit longer, or in some cases there's even seasonal storage, but this is still a bit more expensive. And this way really make optimal use of the clean electricity that is available. And this is something that you can do at the individual building level, but it's really much more efficient and much more accessible if we do this at a larger scale. So this is another big benefit that district heating has to offer to the energy system as a whole. So this leaves us with two challenges. One, it's really how do we decarbonize existing district heating? As said, this is still predominantly fossil fuels everywhere in Europe. There are some countries that are a bit more ahead than others, as we can see in the graph here. But most of the countries with high shares of renewables use a lot of biomass. And as Carsten was also saying at the end of his presentation, ideally, we also really reduce the amount of biomass we are using. So it could really still be viable as a backup option or as a peak option, especially if you already have maybe a biomass boiler built. But ideally, we replace as much of this capacity as possible with, for example, heat pumps connected to a waste heat source or a geothermal source or a solar thermal source. So there is a huge challenge there. And the second challenge is also for a lot of countries, maybe the countries that you can see here in this visual on the lower left corner, to really use a lot more district heating, because there's a lot of countries that have a huge potential for district heating, for example, because they have very densely populated areas like Belgium or Italy, and also the Netherlands, that can really use a lot more district heating than they are using right now. So there is a lot of profit to gain there. At the same time, district heating can also really be crucial in a just transition. Because if we look at countries where the households have most issues with keeping their home adequately warm, quite a few of them already are using higher shares of district heating. And Bulgaria actually ranks highest in this graph, unfortunately. And here there's this huge challenge of how do we refurbish existing systems that are super inefficient, that maybe have high losses, both heat losses and water losses, and how can we do this in an affordable way? And this is really a tough challenge to crack. So district heating can play a really significant role in cleaning heat supply to buildings, but to keep heat affordable, district heating and cooling will have to become also much more efficient and much smarter. Otherwise, we can make it clean, but it will also be very expensive because heat use will be way too high, heat losses will be too high, and also we will simply not have enough renewable energy if we do not become much more efficient and smart. So I think here we are also very much in line with the toolkit that Carsten presented, that we think sufficiency and efficiency are very, very important in making district heating work in a way that it's also affordable and that it can compete with other solutions like direct electrification with heat pumps, which have such high efficiency. So to try and guide policymakers and regulators in this, we've set up 5 principles. And the first one is really putting efficiency first. The second one is using local heat planning. And the following presentation by Felix will also go a bit more deeper into how heat planning works. Then really giving value to unavoidable waste heat. Ensuring end users are protected, while at the same time making sure viable business models can come up. And finally, we really need to find ways to reward energy system integration so we can really make use of this flexibility and storage potential that district heating can offer. So I think I will be a bit briefer on the importance of efficiency, as this was also already very much presented in the previous presentation. But some of the main issues to highlight are really that district heating systems can have very high distribution losses. But also that controls can be very simple. So there is really not enough oversight of how heat is being used by users, and not enough opportunities for flexibility or for responding to lower demand. And really, as was already mentioned, the solution here is lowering flow temperatures is key really in reducing these losses. But also electrifying, moving to large heat pumps, and really increasing digitization and automation in operations. Because on the one hand, this makes it much more useful for the users. They will get much more insight in their energy use, and it will be much easier for them to make sure they are only really using their heating when they want to and when it's needed. But it will also make it much easier to match demand and supply, and which can lead to a lot of efficiency gains in the production of heat. To give you an example on how crucial lowering flow temperatures is. So here's an example from a small district heating system in Germany. And just by lowering their flow temperature from 65 degrees to 59 degrees, they really increased their yield from their solar thermal field. They could reduce the amount of wood they used. they could really reduce the amount of electricity their heat pump was using. And also, they significantly reduced the losses in the system, so 30% fewer heat losses. So imagine if you are in a system that's now at 120 degrees, how much benefit it will be if we can manage to lower that to, for example, 70 degrees. Then it's really key to use heat planning to enhance this alignment between developments in heat supply, distribution, and demand, and also really in many areas phasing out gas grids and renovating buildings. So we really need to try and find ways to make these developments go hand in hand. I won't go into detail of how heat planning works at the individual level, but in our view, it's really key that we will have strong national support for cities and municipalities in achieving this, and also make sure that we standardize and monitor how municipalities are doing heat planning, and also give them new legal powers to do this. For example, on heat zoning, determining which heat solution should be put in place where, and also really build capacity and make sure that smaller municipalities can really learn from larger municipalities and do not need to reinvent the wheel. But I'm sure that the next presentation will go in more detail on how heat planning can really work. Then the third principle is really value unavoidable waste heat. And yeah, that's also, it links up well with the final question that was asked during the last presentation. So with waste heat, of course, a lot of it is now coming from fossil fuel-based industries. And there can really be a risk of lock-in there, of course. If you now build a huge district heating network and connect it to oil refinery, for example, that will really make it difficult in 10, 20 years to close down that refinery, for example. So here, we really need to find ways to value unavoidable waste heat. And maybe to give you an example, from Belgium, where I am based, there's two port towns, Antwerp and Ghent, that both have, in theory, huge amounts of available waste heat, a lot of it coming from fossil fuel-based industry. But even though they had theoretically huge possibilities to use that heat, in theory or in practice, they found that this was not that easy. On the one hand, because a lot of industrial players were actually trying to save a lot of energy, especially following the energy crisis of the past 2 years. So their waste heat production was reduced a lot, meaning they could not deliver anymore to a district heating grid. But also a lot of the temperature of the waste heat was, for example, too low, or future availability. So they were already making plans to switch to other cleaner heat sources, and also meaning they would have less waste heat. But also simply something like the distance to the buildings, the type of buildings, if there was a good track where the pipeline could go or not. So there were a lot of practical considerations that in the end determined or sort of, the viability of using waste heat. And in Antwerp, they could really use the waste heat. And unfortunately, this is also a lot of fossil-based waste heat. So to really prevent lock-in here, they really need to make a solid plan on how to keep continuing to lower the flow temperature over time and switch out fossil-based sources for heat pumps. But as a lot of these plants will unfortunately still be running for quite a few years, it is better to use this heat than to let it go to waste. But for example, in Ghent, they found that all the practical barriers were just too high, and it wasn't worth building a district heating network connecting to waste heat sources. Then the fourth principle, which I think is really key, and also one of the principles that's maybe most important to us, being a regulatory assistance organization is really how do we ensure that end users are protected, because district heating systems are monopolies. But at the same time, how do we make sure that it's interesting to invest in refurbishment and expansion of district heating? Because this is hugely expensive. But so we really need to find a balance between ensuring this economic viability, but then also the affordability of heat and the quality of service. And I think this is key because in the end, there are other clean heat solutions available, especially direct electrification with heat pumps. And if you want to convince people to sign up for a new district heating system, then we really need to be able to offer them something that's affordable and where they can be sure of a good quality of service. And there's a lot of different ways this is being regulated. I won't really have the time to go into that. I am really curious to know how this is being done in Bulgaria and what problems there are maybe with regulation, and also maybe with how prices are set up and how quality is guaranteed. So if anyone has anything to share on that, I would love to discuss with you. But there's a variety of ways that governments in Europe are doing this, really ranging from using price controls or setting limits on profits that district heating companies can make, but also really trying to maybe regulate the ownership or how others can use their grids, etc. So there's a lot of I think a lot of progress that will need to be made in the coming years to make sure that once we switch much more to the use of district heating, that we can still also guarantee fair pricing and good quality of use. Finally, we should really reward energy system integration. So through coupling with the electricity sector, district heating can provide a lot of flexibility and storage that we need, but we need to find ways to also recognize and incentivize this. Ideally, this could also provide some of the funding for example, district heating refurbishment or expansion. So if you find a way that district heating operators can be rewarded for flexibility or storage they provide, that could perhaps also support making district heating affordable. So finally, we really need to put in place a coordinated set of policies for district heating to really bring together the clean part, the efficient part, and the smart part. And I won't be able to go into all the different policies here, but if you're interested really what governments can do at the policy level, then I've put a link to the paper at the end, so feel free to look at that, or also feel free to send me an email. Happy to chat further about this. So maybe to finish it off, key takeaway is really that district heating needs to become clean, efficient, and smart to take up its role as a provider of key storage and flexibility. And we really need a coordinated policy approach across heat, buildings, and gas grid decommissioning to achieve this. Thanks a lot. That was it from my side. Here's the link if you want more in detail on different policy approaches that governments can use to achieve this. I hope there's questions. If not, I'm really also hoping to be able to discuss a bit maybe how you see that these principles could apply in Bulgaria or other Central and Eastern European countries. Because of course this was really made for the European Union as a whole, but there are big differences between countries. So would be really keen to hear on that.
Thank you for the presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions right now. But we can have a separate conversation with you if you want, so I can tell you everything that I know about district heating in Bulgaria. Maybe it's going to be interesting for you. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions. So thank you for your participation.
No problem.
Maybe maybe all the questions went to Karsten before that we had. And now we're going to continue with our last presentation of the day, and it's a presentation from Felix Friedman from Rescope, and Felix works as a project manager and policy advisor at Rescope EU, the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. His background is in EU public affairs, and he has worked in trade associations for transport and renewable energy, as well as the European Parliament. He currently works on citizen-led renovation and community heating and cooling to democratize the EU's energy system. He's going to present us a little bit about the role of citizens in the heating and cooling plans. Felix, if you're ready, you can just share your screen.
Thank you very much, Svetoslav, and of course, thank you to the whole team that made the event possible. I can imagine that it's a lot of work. My internet is a bit patchy, so if at any point the connection falls, then do tell me, and I can repeat what I said. Let me see. I'll get the presentation here going. But indeed, the idea was to present a bit the role that citizens themselves can have. Can you see the presentation?
Yep, we can see it.
All right, lovely. All right, so off to a good start. Indeed, the idea was to present a bit the role that citizens can have in heating and cooling infrastructure, but also in the heating and cooling plans that Sem himself was mentioning before. This comes from the Energy Efficiency Directive in the EU, but we'll go into detail a bit later on this. The idea is to present at first ResCoop, which is who I work for essentially, and to talk a bit about energy communities for those who are not familiar with it, then the benefits that it has, and essentially to look at the laws at the EU that make energy communities possible. And then specifically, we will go into community heating and cooling, and of course into financing of it, right? What financing possibilities do exist on this? And that's me there saying hello to you. Right. So ResCoop is the Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. So we were established a bit more than 10 years ago. And essentially, this means that we bring together groups of citizens who want to take ownership and collaborate on the energy transition. So we have members all over Europe. Of course, what do all of these members have in common? Because at the end of the day, the important thing of energy communities is not the legal form per se, though, of course, you can imagine that many energy communities are cooperatives legally. That being said, that's not necessarily the most important part, right? The most important part in the energy community is, of course, the governance around it and the concepts that it includes. And these are the 7 concepts in question, right, which are set by the International Cooperative Alliance. And I'm not going to go too much into detail, but if you have any questions about them, I'm happy to answer them. Essentially, it's extremely important that energy cooperatives as well as energy communities have a democratic control of the members, right? So this means that through the one person, one vote principle, you need to ensure that the decisions are taken by the citizens and oftentimes with the municipality and with SMEs as well. You need to make sure that these decisions are democratic, right? This also plays into point number 4, which is the autonomy and independence concept, right? And this essentially makes sure that there is no one party in an energy community that has power over the others, right? So once again, this goes into the democratic control of the members. And also very important is, of course, point 6 and 7, which is the cooperation among cooperatives. So the idea, of course, is to share the intel that we have, right, in order to learn from the mistakes that we make and from the things that we do well from each other. And the most important element, of course, aside from the democratic control, is the concern for the community. So at the end of the day, an energy cooperative, an energy community, they cannot be for profit. So they need to have a social or environmental reason behind it. So I hope that gives a bit of an idea of what energy communities are. What this means in practice, essentially, as you can see here, this is the business model that they usually follow, right? So this means that the revenues, given that it is democratically controlled by the member, this renewable energy installation, the revenues are owned by the participating members, and this means that they get to decide what to do with this, right? Which oftentimes means that they renovate buildings or they install another renewable installation. But at any rate, essentially the local benefits stay at the local level, right? It also leads to higher public acceptance of renewable energies and of the transition, because of course, as you can imagine, if you are the one deciding over something, then you change your own behavior as well. So for instance, there are several studies that show that if you are part of an energy community, this changes your energy consumption by around 10%, right? 10% in the good direction. So there is a behavior change, and also very important, it does attract private financing into local areas, right? And into to fulfill local needs. So this is also very important because we need to make sure, like Franz Timmermans, who used to be vice president of the commission, used to say, we need to make sure that the transition is just, or there just won't be a transition, right? So we need to make sure that everybody is part of this renewable energy transition. Important as well is that it helps to alleviate energy poverty, and this is due, of course, to the principle that I said before about a concern for the community rather than a for-profit purpose. I'll pass quickly over this as well, which is the regulatory framework, right? Essentially, in EU legislation, energy communities are in it, and they have been developed more and more, right? So the first iteration, the first example where energy communities were included in EU law was in 2019, which is in the Clean Energy for All Europeans package. And this came, to make a long story short, this came because we realized in the EU, right, in the Union, we realized that there's a lot of potential for citizen-owned energy, right? As a matter of fact, 50% of all EU citizens in 2050 could be producing their own energy. So in order to answer this demand, there was a radical shift, essentially, in how we see energy, right? Where before citizens were seen as consumers of energy, right? Where a company gives you the price. This legislation changed this completely, right? And the citizens became active participants in the market. And this was a major change that this did, right? So not only did it acknowledge energy communities, but it also forces member states to create what is called an enabling framework, right? So to ensure that these citizen-led energy communities have the same access to the market as traditional market players, right? Because you need to make sure that there is fairness in the game that we all play, right? So yeah, that was the first generation of EU legislation. You might wonder how well the member states or your individual member states did in transposing this. So essentially in taking the EU law and applying it to the national level. And for this, we did this transposition tracker, which essentially looks at how well your member state implemented the legislation. So if we share the presentation later, you can follow it and see what is missing in your country and what you can do to encourage your government essentially to improve this. So since 2019, a bit of time has passed, right? We've had the invasion of Ukraine. We've had a lot of things happening geopolitically. So, of course, legislation continued, and this is what we call the second generation of EU legislation for energy communities. And this is spread among many different laws, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Renewable Energy Directive, the Electricity Market Directive, and the Buildings one. So essentially, these extra legislations, they gave energy communities they defined the activities that energy communities can do. And now this includes renovating buildings, right? So now these energy communities can, as a group of citizens, they can own the renovation of buildings, they can do heating and cooling, they can participate in offshore wind parks, which is very attractive as well, right? And they can participate in energy sharing as well, right? So essentially, the second batch of legislation made it more specific what activities you can do as a citizen-led energy community. So this brings us, of course, one of these activities was community heating and cooling. And what is this? Well, as you can imagine, of course, these are renewable thermal energy installations, right? TACE that are owned by the participating citizens as well as the municipality or SMEs, right? The important thing is that, of course, they follow the definition of energy communities of the EU, right? So the important thing is that, like I said before, these are bottom-up initiatives that are led by citizens, right, and controlled by them. So what are the good things and bad things that these systems face? Well, as you can imagine, the drivers, right? So the positives are the democratic control, right? So you get to decide what is best, what are the best heating and cooling needs for your community, which is especially important given what Sam mentioned before about the monopolies of district heating. So the fact that you, together with your municipality and your neighbors, can decide over this, that means that you are less likely to be paying high prices, let us say, for your energy. Like I said, they are non-for-profit. They are transparent because in order to be democratic, you need to be fully transparent, right? You need to tell your members where the money is going, what costs and what revenues you are having. So the practicalities of running a community heating and cooling network are based on transparency, right? And of course, like we mentioned before, you have to create local value, right? But we still face problems, right? So these different energy communities, they still have quite a bit of problems to develop heating and cooling networks. Among them, you can imagine is a lack of support, right? So it's difficult at the beginning to start these projects, mainly as well because there's not enough support at the municipal level, or paperwork is difficult, or you're lacking as well capital, right? Because these heating and cooling systems can be expensive. So accessing capital, both public and private, is difficult, but we will get into the possibilities of where can you look for money later. And of course, you can imagine that these are complex installations, right? So you need to hire engineers that are able to do these works. So again, this is of course another issue that, for instance, you don't have as much with photovoltaic installations, which are easier to install than a district heating system, for instance. And of course, we have the issue of corporate capture, which is ever present, in which stakeholders such as big companies are creating energy communities that do not include any citizens, right? As you can imagine, this is not in line with EU legislation, but it still happens, unfortunately. So we see some of these cases still happening today in several member states. But there are solutions. There are solutions that your member state can do, which I'm happy to go into deeper later. So these essentially are the problems that these things face. But if you overcome these problems, and there are again solutions to do this, then you have a lot of benefits, as you can see from the drivers, right? So let's go to the examples, right? Let's make it a bit more real. So I'll present two examples, one from Greece and one from Belgium here. In the Belgium, that took a different approach. So without further ado, there we go. Right, so ESSEC is the Greek member in question. They live in a very mountainous area, right? In the municipality of Karditsa. And all of this started because they had their heating and cooling was based on fossil fuels, and people wanted to change this, right? So the neighbors didn't want this anymore because they were paying high prices, it was polluting, right? So they decided to come together and to create an energy community. So this energy community uses biomass, and I want to specify several things here on the biomass, taking into account as well what Sem mentioned before. So this biomass, they do not cut down any trees, right? This is from municipal prunings because they live around the forest. So they are not importing biomass either. And this is also very important, right? So they don't import biomass, they use what they have around them, right? Which is what you should do for heating and cooling, right? So try to use whatever heating you have around, be it waste heat, be it the installation of geothermal or solar thermal technology, right? Or in this particular case, biomass, right? And they did a collaboration with a local kindergarten because they wanted to show the children the benefits of a circular economy, right? And the benefits that sometimes what is trash to some people can be used by others, right? So what they did is that the kids, I find this story very cute, but what they did is that these kids from the kindergarten they collected coffee from surrounding coffee houses, so coffee that had already been used, coffee waste, and they gave this to the energy community. Out of this coffee, the energy community then created a new type of pellet. So they created coffee pellets that blended this waste coffee with the municipal prunings that they had gotten together with the farmers. And then they gave these pellets to the kindergarten. So the kindergarten was able to warm their installations essentially on renewable energy for an entire year, and they still had left, so they still had some pellets left. So the energy community asked the kindergarten, "What do you want to do with this?" And the kids decided to give it to vulnerable households in the area, right? So then the energy community gave the municipality, which was a member of the community, they gave the municipality the pellets, and then the municipality gave this as energy to vulnerable and energy poor households in the area. So this case, right? This case shows collaboration at the local level, right? Working together with kindergartens and the municipality, but it also shows the social aspect of it, right? So the fact that rather than profit, they decided to give, or rather than selling these pellets, they decided to give it to the vulnerable households, right? And this is the idea of these types of energy communities. Uh, but let's go to a more practical example, right? Well, practical, one that is different, which is based on waste heat, this one. Uh, and they did something different. So instead of getting their neighbors first, what Bovang did is to look uh, for where the consumers and oh, I see that my battery is running out. Sorry. Uh, so they were looking for the consumers of heating and the producers. So essentially,
Unfortunately, we're experiencing some difficulties with the connection with Felix. We're going to wait for him to return for a couple of minutes, and hopefully he will. In the meantime, we can see a short video about about an exhibition that we did along with Friends of the Earth Europe. I'm just going to share my screen briefly. Felix, you're here, so you can continue if you want.
Right, yeah, sorry. Of course, this had to happen. Of
Oh,
course,
no
my
worries.
computer had to say goodbye. Right, so I was at the case of Bovang. Essentially, what they did, instead of looking for, well, I put up the presentation, instead of looking for the neighbors first, they looked for where the heat is available and where it is needed. So they connected to a district, to a waste heat system, sorry, and they built a district heating system. That, of course, is owned by the participating citizens as well as the municipality and some SMEs in there. So as you can see, this is a 9-kilometer network, right? That delivers heat between 60 and 90 degrees, and it connects to 500 citizens, as you can see here, 25 SMEs, 2 hospitals, the largest air conditioning manufacturer, and of course the municipal building of Ostend, which is the city where it is. Now, developing this system took them 7 years, but the important thing here is that it took them 7 years because of permitting procedures and having to wait. But the process itself, once everything was clear, right? So the administration and the construction was only 2 years and a half or 3 years. So in itself, you can build these systems fairly quickly, but you need to make sure that, of course, that you get help when it comes to the paperwork and to the permitting, which is why it's always a good idea to have the municipality as a member of the energy community as well. And they also have another installation that is not waste heat, but rather geothermal. So they installed 94 boreholes, right? So holes into the ground that they connected to a heat pump. And this essentially then gives, and this feeds thermal energy into a psychiatric hospital in Belgium. So essentially, it gives the hospital in summer, it gives them cooling, and in winter it gives them heating that is completely renewable and completely citizen owned, right? Like we said before. So I want to show with these cases, right, with these 2 last ones, that energy communities are also capable of doing complex projects, right? And this is something that oftentimes many municipalities do not think. Well, many municipalities and many national governments, they don't think that this is possible, but there are many such examples across Europe, right? So if we give citizens the tools to be able to do these works and to create energy communities, it is incredible the things that we can do together, right? So yeah, we need to invest a bit more effort in this. And how can we do this? How can we put the effort in? I have some recommendations here that we added, but essentially, as you can imagine, we and by we I don't mean Res Co-op, but I mean, of course, energy communities. They need more financial and legal support, right? At every level. So from municipal to the national level. A good idea if you are a municipality and you want to involve citizens, then do it from the start, right? Put some effort at the beginning to create a local energy community with your citizens. And from the beginning, from the heating and cooling planning that you have to do, involve the citizens already then, because then it just makes it easier to do it together. Of course, it would be easier to have guarantee funds, because if you have guarantee funds for these projects, then as you can imagine, it's easier to get private financing as well from banks, for instance. And more important than anything else, we need to drop gas, right? So we need to drop fossil fuels as a heating system yesterday, essentially, right? So this change needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly, because the science is telling us from every direction that while the policies that we have are good, they need to be fast as well. So we need to make sure that the transition happens fast and that it happens in a socially just way, and all across the EU at the same time, because we cannot do the transition alone, right? And how do we pay for all of this? Well, there are definitely, the good news is there are financing opportunities. The bad news is, of course, the financing opportunities are not as good as they could be. But much like with the transposition tracker that I showed before, we also did a tracker that looks into the financing. So to what extent is your member state using EU funds to support the development of energy communities, right? And there are several options. So there are several policy objectives, as they call it, where energy communities are mentioned. And this means that you can use EU public money to support the activities of energy communities. And these include policy objective 5, like it is written here, which is a Europe closer to its citizens in the cohesion funds. But it also includes policy 1, 3, and 4, right? For a competitive and smarter Europe, for a more connected Europe, and for a more social Europe. So essentially, you have, as you can see, many options where you can start at least to give money to these initiatives. But in order to complement this investment, because public money cannot possibly pay for all of this alone, so there are other options, right? And there are many examples across the EU that are good examples. In the Netherlands, we have good examples of how you can play with the taxing schemes of citizen-owned energy communities, right? A good example as well is in Scotland, where they have the loan to grant scheme. They had this for renovation, but this essentially means that the government gives you a loan, right? If your project is, well, they give you a grant, and if your project is successful, this turns into a loan so that you can repay this. If the project is not successful, then it stays a grant, right? So it's win-win. Also for the municipality, right? Obviously. Then in the Netherlands, they also have revolving funds. It's another possibility, right? In which you give loans to an energy community so they can create heating and cooling. This loan has to be repaid, of course, with a very low interest and with the repayment of loans. And these repayments go back to the original fund so that the fund always has the same amount of money and you can keep funding other energy communities, right? So this is a good way of accelerating these types of projects. In Denmark, another good example, and I'm almost done because I'm looking at time. In Denmark, another good example is a kommunekredit, which are essentially it's a fund, right? A municipal fund, because I don't want to call it a bank, but it's a municipal fund where the municipalities in Denmark are liable to each other. So this means that you get a very high credit rating, right? And Denmark essentially made this fund available, which is only for municipalities. They also made this fund available for energy communities, right? To make sure that citizens can also access these funds and interesting interest rates, right, for their investments. So yeah, there's many things that you can do, certainly. And that would be the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I also added some resources here that includes the transposition tracker, the financing tracker, some studies that I mentioned, and some guidelines that we created that can help you step by step on how to create your own community heating and cooling with your neighbors and with your municipality. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that I was able to inspire you to start your own project.
Thank you, Felix, for the presentation, and we're going to share later on the presentations, including all the resources, so the people could easily get acquainted with what's happening. And we have several questions, but I don't think that they're really connected with heating and cooling energy communities. But what is your advice on starting an energy community? I have heard about energy communities with photovoltaic systems, but I guess heating will be much more complicated.
Indeed. What are the important things? Maybe there's a lot, right? But I think that having a solid business model at the beginning is important. So the level of professionalization is important, right? Anyone can do this, but you just need to make sure that you do your homework well and that your business model makes sense, right? because the better the business model is, the easier it will be for you to also get financing from banks. But at the same time, a second crucial thing that you need to do as well is talk to your neighbors, right? I mean, talk to your friends, talk to your citizens, because at the end of the day, the best way of convincing people is simply by talking to them, right? So there's many ways of doing this. Invite them to your house for a beer to discuss the idea, go to the local bar, talk to the municipality to see if you can together organize a session to create an energy community. So you have to do community engagement at the same time as you do the practical element of the business plan, right? And looking for the heat sources that are around you.
Yeah, and two more questions that are really connected with what you said. Is it easy to manage an energy community, or or is it extremely difficult? Can members easily go in and out of an energy community?
Right. So two questions there. Is it easy, and is it easy to come in and out, right? Uh, I'll start with a difficult one, which is it easy to have an energy community? It depends, right? Of course, I don't want to lie to you. So of course, as you can imagine, at the beginning, it's more difficult than after a couple of years, all right? So at the beginning, mobilizing the community and finding funding takes work, right? The good news is that from the cases that we have seen, and there's many, right? There's thousands of energy communities in the EU. So from the cases that we have seen, once you start, right, it only gets easier because then more people hear about it and more citizens want to come as well, and then you have more help. Uh, so of course it gets easier and easier progressively. So you just need motivated people at the beginning for the first stages. And of course, like I said before, try to involve your municipality, right? Because the municipality is very interested in these types of things, but they often don't have the knowledge of how to do it. And the question number two, is it easy to go in and out? Uh, it's a difficult question. It should be, yes, right? I mean, EU legislation is very clear. And EU legislation says that membership of an energy community needs to be open and voluntary, right? So this means that you cannot force people to be members of an energy community, but this also means that you cannot make it difficult for them to leave, for instance, right? This needs to be an easy process. So yeah, it should be easy to join an energy community, certainly. Though we also have cases, for instance, EcoPower in Belgium during the energy crisis, right? They produce power, so they produce electricity. And during the energy crisis, their prices were much, much, much lower than the prices from private companies, right? So as you can imagine, there were many citizens that wanted to become members at this point of EcoPower, but EcoPower can only produce X amount of renewable electricity. So in that case, they did say that they didn't accept any more members because they couldn't make sure that these members would get renewable energy, right? Uh, so they did stop it for a couple of months, but now they're accepting members again.
And the final one, the final question that we have is it better to have the local municipality and local businesses involved in setting up an energy community?
Is it better? I don't know. That depends. That depends on each community, right? And what each community wants. Personally, I do think that it is better, of course. So the once again the key aspect of this is that the citizens need to be in control, right? So the citizens need to be the ones that own this. But I think it can only bring positive things to also involve your local government in this, right? So that your local government can also have a vote, and it's only fair to also include, for instance, the SMEs that can maybe provide you with the skilled workers to do a renovation, for instance, or to install these pipes if it's a district heating system, or to include the SMEs that are receiving the heat, right? As long as all of the stakeholders involved, so the municipalities and the SMEs, as long as they all agree to the same rules of not for profit and it needs to have a social and environmental benefit for the local community, as long as it follows these rules, I don't think it's a bad idea to include them. But we just need to remember that, of course, the power needs to stay in the hands of the citizens.
Thank you, Felix. We don't have any more questions, so I'm really glad that you managed to participate. Right now, I just want to quickly share my screen and show a video. It is a short promotional video for an exhibition that we did last month with Friends of the Earth Europe regarding energy poverty around Europe. We did this with Friends of the Earth Europe, but several organizations from around Europe. I'm just going to play this, and we held an exhibition in Strasbourg on 27th of February, and we're right now currently planning the exhibition in Bulgaria. So shortly, in a couple of weeks or months, we are going to announce it. And so I'm just going to share my screen and this short video. I'll try doing this once again. Just a second.
От какво се нуждаете още в дома си? Какво искате да се направи и какво няма?
What do you need in your house? What do you need to be done? I want to build a house.
Thanks a lot, everyone, for being with us, and really draw the curtains on this year's annual conference, on the conference. So I really want to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and contributions throughout our couple of days together. The past 3 days have been filled with discussions and ideas, and your dedication and commitment have really made the conference, I guess, a success, I should call it. And really looking ahead, I'm excited about the possibilities that the coming year holds. And I encourage you to carry forward the momentum gained from this conference into your respective fields of work. So really, let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and strive for our shared goals. And I am eagerly anticipating to reconnect with all of you next year, and let's make the future a bit brighter for the residential housing in Europe.
Thank you for organizing. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.